Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ms. Nirmala Sitaraman, Minister of Finance of India, His Excellency Mr. Enoch Godongwana, Minister of Finance of South Africa, and all distinguished participants to the Sustainable Finance for Climate Transition Bali International Convention Center. Excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu, selamat pagi, very good morning to all of us. Welcome to the G20 side event, Sustainable Finance for Climate Transition. Today, July 14, 2022, in the Jakarta Room, Bali International Convention Center, Bali Island, Indonesia. My name is Noprianto Hadisuhanda. I am from the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, and I am delighted to serve you as your MC for this event. First of all, we would like to extend our warmest and most sincere welcome to the God Island, Bali, Indonesia. I hope today you are in a very good situation and condition amidst this predicament due to COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the objectives of this event are to provide an opportunity for countries to present policy frameworks and approaches to decarbonization, including specific case studies on climate transition, particularly energy transition. This event will also highlight investment opportunities in some countries. And lastly, it also serves as a platform for major private and public financing institutions to highlight best practices and innovative approaches to mobilizing finances for climate transition. We would like to welcome Her Excellency Minister of Finance of India to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, this event consists of Session 1, Country Approaches to Energy Transition, Session 2, Role of Different Financial Institutions, Session 3, Energy Industry Role in the Transition, and lastly, we will have launching of Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform. And to officially commence this event, I'd like to kindly invite Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver an opening remarks. Your Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much. Excellency Ibu Nirmala Sitaraman, the Minister of Finance from India, Excellency Mr. Enoch Godongwana, the Minister of Finance from South Africa, my friend Andi Bokol from United States, honorable speakers, both who participate online as well as offline, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu. This is how the Balinese greet all of you. Very warm welcome to all of you and greeting to all participants for attending this roundtable. I would like to welcome you all to Bali. Welcome to also our event today, Sustainable Finance for Climate Transition Roundtable. A very important topic, very timely, and also very challenging. Despite our tight schedule, I hope that all of you will also have time to enjoy Bali with the beauty and hospitality. For today's roundtable, it is designed to explore in greater depth the issue and opportunities for sustainable finance relating to the climate transition. It will build upon the existing G20 reference framework for country-owned country platform, which can bring together and also help government-led as well as coordinate the action of all stakeholders necessary to achieve a successful climate change commitment, and also successful transition. This roundtable also will address the priority of the G20 Sustainable Finance Roadmap, particularly action number 15, that is encouraging international financial institutions or IFIs, including multilateral development banks, other relevant international organizations, and public funds more broadly to mobilize private finance. This event will also discuss several aspects introduced during the April 18 to 19 private sector roundtable in Washington, D.C. regarding sustainable finance, which will further look at every dimension of sustainable finance. If we also look at our Finance Minister Central Bank Governor's communique in February 2022, this is back in Jakarta, there we mentioned that in the annex that Indonesia presidency will convene an event to discuss how best to help developing countries mobilize and improve access to sustainable private finance alongside other sources. This agenda is expected to complement the discussion under the G20 finance track this year, and also will take action to enable transition finance to support an orderly, just, and affordable transition, and also to scale up sustainable finance market, improve access for countries and firms, including, and most importantly, developing economies and small, medium enterprises in affordable way. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague, as the world struggled to recover from the pandemic, geopolitical tension between Russia and Ukraine have further exacerbated global economic and political pressure. Russia and Ukraine have strategic role in this case, international trade. Russia is the second largest exporter of crude oil. Meanwhile, Ukraine is the world's largest exporter of seed oil. Therefore, the Russia and Ukraine geopolitical tension or war certainly have a significant effect that will felt globally. The most visible effects are the energy crisis, food, and also inflationary pressure. For Indonesia, the observed impact is the increase in non-oil and gas commodity prices, especially coal and crude palm oil or CPO. It will significantly impact our budget, given the fact that our budget bears the burden of both subsidy and compensation for fuel. We have two state-owned enterprises here present with us. That is the electricity company PLN and Pertamina, the oil company. Indonesia will continue manage this very delicate and complex balance between managing this shock coming from the war, as well as how we are going to make sure to continue support the recovery process. We also, in this case, see the challenge for many countries in dealing with the inflation. Certainly, this is going to be one of the most important discussions within the G20 meeting starting tomorrow. But back to the transition to a green economy with the principle of just and affordable will occur in the medium and long term, with the milestone in 2030 and or in this case 2060, or for some country it could be also earlier. For Indonesia, we prepare a roadmap, policy, infrastructure, legislation, and also analyzing and managing social impact mitigation plan in short time. In this very complex transition there will be opportunity for new and greener investment. The electric vehicle battery industry, the electric vehicle industry, the solar panel industries, and so on, they will definitely have the opportunity to grow faster. As the industry expands, the carbon market must have begun to build the credibility. In the short run, to mitigate the negative impact of the transition to green economy, the country will always be present primarily to create stability of public services and especially on prices in the society. Any country, any economy, no matter how high, medium, or low income, when you are dealing with the increasing pressure of price, it's not going to be sustainable. So the government will always hold the principle of just and affordable. Adjustment of energy prices, if needed, will be done gradually and in a measured way so that people purchasing power will be maintained. In terms of demand, the state will ensure first stability of the availability of vital essential services such as electricity. Second, stability of energy prices, food and public transportation. Third, social protection for the poor and vulnerable. And the fourth one is the application of sustainable development principle. The green economy transition should not increase poverty or unemployment. Instead, green economic growth will and should create a new and more qualified job. The green economy transition is for future generation and must also ensure robust protection for the current generation, especially for the poor and the most vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, today's roundtable discussion will mark a milestone for Indonesia, where we will launch the Indonesia Energy Transition Mechanism, or ETM, country platform. We believe that this event, it is very important as a momentum to call all members and beyond to deliver their climate financing commitments with tangible and implementable initiative. The ETM, Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform, is an ambitious plan that enables the upgrade of Indonesia energy infrastructure and accelerate the clean energy transition toward net zero emission in just and affordable way. The ETM initiative itself has been launched at the Conference of Parties, or COP26, in Glasgow last year. Decommissioning the coal-fired power plant is one of the most critical actions to transition to a low-carbon economy, and the ETM could assist in this process. We are establishing a country platform as a framework to provide the necessary financing for accelerating this national energy transition by mobilizing commercial as well as non-commercial funding sources in a sustainable manner. This is really a very challenging technical but also financial challenge for all of us. The platform and the related transaction will be derived from broader policy framework regarding just energy transition to achieve our target according to nationally determined contribution, or NDC, and also our commitment for the net zero emission, or NZE. This platform also welcome all participants from investors, including international organizations like World Bank, ADB, Indonesia Investment Authorities, Global Blended Finance Alliance, Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero or GFANZ, and also other multilateral development banks, countries, private sector, and also philanthropics. This is what we call it the blended finance, blended commitment, and the blended determination to be able to produce a platform fund level that can finance the transition in sustainable, just, and affordable way. This is a platform for collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has one of the largest also tropical forests that will be scrutinized in terms of our forestry management. For the forestry sector and land use or FOLU, Indonesia is expected to exceed our NDC target in 2030 and even more, have the opportunity to achieve net zero emission or net sink in 2030. In line with attaining the net sink target in 2030, Indonesia forestry sector still has the opportunity to generate further emission reduction. This has been referred by our Ministry of Environment as beyond NDC carbon, beyond NDC. So the carbon credits from beyond NDC is estimated to be quite large and can be traded on the global market. As of now, there is a potential value of this carbon credit export from this beyond NDC project at around 2.6 trillion rupiah per year with a forest area of 434,811 hectares. The subsequent COP26 agreement will increase global demand for carbon credit, increasing the price even higher. Indonesia, with our own vast forests, certainly can generate carbon credit that are globally capable of achieving their emission reduction targets. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry is preparing beyond NDC regulation to be able to optimize this potential beyond NDC further. Referring to the NDC update document, our government will also carry out other beyond NDC strategies. For example, by utilizing the largest coastal blue carbon ecosystem that include mangrove and seagrass meadows, and also coral reef, which store about 75% to 80% of the world's most amount of carbon, which means that we, Indonesia, have great economic potential from coastal ecosystem. This project will also result in a carbon credit potential. In line with the implementation of the carbon trade, the government of Indonesia will also run a carbon tax mechanism this year by targeting coal power plant. In 2025, the application of carbon tax can be extended to other NDC sector while considering our sectoral readiness and also, of course, due to the pandemic and global economic situation with downward risk, we also have to be very mindful of the economic condition. The implementation of the carbon tax has the aim of changing behavior, supporting emission reduction, and also encouraging innovation and investment while taking into account the principle of fairness, affordability, and gradual and measured implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I hope that our today's roundtable will provide an opportunity for countries to present their policy framework and also approaches to decarbonize, including specific case study on climate transition. In this case, I would like to express my highest appreciation to Minister Nirmala, as well as Minister Godong Wana for their participation and also to share the country case for this roundtable. We also would like to welcome Andy from US as well as the private sector from Standard Chartered Bill Winters. I do hope that the today events will provide an example of how country platform for major private as well as public financing institution, including multilateral development bank, to highlight best practices and innovative approaches to mobilize finance for climate transition. Let me conclude by thanking to all of you, our valuable resource persons, speakers, and we do hope we are going to be able to have a vital as well as productive dialogue and offering option for policy making process that many countries currently would like to develop in order for us to be able to deliver our commitment to manage as well as to avoid climate change threat. Thank you so much and very good morning to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Menteri. Ibu, we kindly request you to remain on the stage and please be seated in the middle chair as we are going to continue our agenda to session 1, country approaches to energy transition. And to conduct the next session, we are inviting Ms. Desi Anwar to lead the discussion. Ms. Desi Anwar is a leading news presenter and journalist in Indonesia. Ms. Desi Anwar, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you very much, MC, for your kind introductions. Bu Ani, Minister Nirmala, Minister Gondongwana, and also Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Desi Anwar, and it's my great pleasure to moderate the first session of today's Sustainable Finance for Climate Transition. Our Minister Ani mentioned it as a roundtable, although I don't see any table, and also the situation is not round. But welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Bali, and I must say it's really lovely to be able to gather face-to-face finally after 2 years or more of living in a pandemic. And of course, as Bu Ani mentioned, that we are in the middle of a deep economic crisis. We have the pandemic, we have energy crisis, but it should not blind us to the fact that climate change is very much an issue. It's very, very much of an urgent nature. I mean, we have seen how in our Paris Agreement back in 2015, all the countries have actually agreed to reduce their emission, and in COP26 last year, the target has been set for most of the world is net zero emission by 2050. In Indonesia, our target is 2060 or less. And by 2030, we want to halve the greenhouse gas emission. And I think it's very important that all this is going to be implemented, but particularly for emerging countries and developing economies such as Indonesia. I think the challenge is, of course, in doing the energy transition itself. We've been dependent so much and for so long on fuel energies, on coal, that it's going to take up a lot of, it's going to be costly, but at the same time we will be producing more energy, if anything, because we are still growing and we still need to lift our people out from poverty. So I think this discussion will be very important. Financial, I think, is a very major issue, a major part of the energy transition. We've seen that financing is needed for access for technology, for example, and also to create a low carbon infrastructure, as well as to train laborers and create new opportunities and also lift the welfare of the people. Now, global problem with a global solution, we've also seen that the way to do this is together. As Annie mentioned, collaboration is important. And since the Paris Agreement, developed countries have actually earmarked 100 billion a year in order to help developing countries transition to a low-carbon economy. We've still yet to see where the funding is. So that's why I think it's important for us to make sure that there is just and fair energy transition. And of course, just to remind ourselves, 2030 is our Sustainable Development Goals to create clean and affordable energy for all. So I would like to invite to the stage to join me and also to join Minister Ani, our speakers for today, particularly to discuss the country approaches to energy transition. I would like to welcome the Minister of Finance from India, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, to the stage to join us, and also Minister Enoch Godongwana, Minister of Finance, South Africa. Yes, big hands, please. Welcome. And South Africa, yes, Minister Godongwana, very big welcome to you. And also from the US, and of course, partnership with developed countries, very important. I would like to warmly welcome the US Undersecretary of the Treasury for International Affairs, Mr. Andy Bokal. Andy, welcome to the stage and to Indonesia. And I believe we have somewhere online our last speaker, Bill Winters, Group Chief Executive of Standard Chartered Bank, who cannot be here at the moment. I believe he got COVID. Hello, Bill.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. And it's a pity that you can't be with us in Bali. But anyway, thank you and welcome, and once again. And if I may just suggest, because I think this is a very unique discussion with all three finance ministers and also our guest from the US. Can we have like a quick photo op with the G20 Indonesia in the backdrop? Would that be okay with everybody? Yeah? Maybe we can all stand up? Is that okay? Yes, please. Just a quick photo op. Yes, maybe you should closer, have a good picture. I mean, it's rare that we actually see three ministers of finance from very important emerging countries on the stage. So I think this is a really historic moment. Big hands, please, and once again, welcome to Indonesia. Okay, so let's begin this discussion on sustainable financing. Let's start with you, Bu Ani. I mean, Indonesia, we are now the presidency of G20, and obviously energy transition is very, very much a key topic in the agenda. Now, Indonesia itself, we want to have net zero emission by 2060. And if I recall correctly, we also want to increase our energy mix. And as a matter of fact, we have a target of increasing our renewables to 23% by 2025, and that's in 2 years' time. However, it's still well below, I think it's around 12%, if I'm not mistaken. And yet we do want to increase it to almost 50% by 2030. And the pandemic obviously has kind of sidetracked the government's budget when it comes to renewables. We're still investing more in fossil fuels in larger amount than in our renewables. Tell us a little bit about, how are we going to implement our energy transition as, speedily and according to target? And what are the special, unique country approaches that you can share with us today?
Thank you, Desi. Climate change is definitely a threat for the world, but also particularly for Indonesia. Our greenhouse gas emission in this case is increased by 4.3% annually since 2010. And that's also have a very important impact in terms of warming of the temperature in Indonesia, which is increased 0.03% centigrade. And the most importantly, because 65% of our population live in a coastal area, the sinking of the land because of the increasing surface of the ocean is actually at the speed of around 1 centimeter to 1.2 centimeter per year. And it is really affected for many of the people who live there. So for us, really delivering this climate change commitment is very important. As I mentioned earlier on my speech, that for us to be able to coordinate our policy regulation instrument as well as institution is one of the very complex. Because we are a large country, we have central, local government, and also a different ministerial. So President Jokowi has already issued what we call it the national economic value of carbon, which is become one of the platform for us to be able to first value more explicitly the carbon, and that can then trigger the carbon market and the mechanism that can then encourage more, not only in terms of commitment, but most importantly, as I mentioned earlier, financing. Because commitment without resource is impossible to be delivered. And financing is definitely not only coming from the government-owned budget. As you mentioned, Indonesia providing quite, in this case, significant amount of resources, especially during this very high energy and food price in the form of subsidy. Because we cannot afford of having the climate change commitment at the cost of the poverty increase and instability, both social and politically. So it's a very, very complex trade-off. But even within that context, we will continue developing our policy framework. For example, the carbon trade that we are now initiating, and especially as I mentioned, the PLN, the CEO of our electricity company, they will start introducing cap and trade, and then we are going to introduce the carbon tax in order for us to continue build the reputation and mechanism of this carbon price, carbon market, and using and developing the instrument like carbon tax. This is very important for us in Indonesia because potentially Indonesia has a huge carbon, both in terms of the emission and carbon reduction. So in order for us to be able to encourage more participation of the private sector, the establishment of the carbon market is going to be very important. We are going to also introduce, in this case, the delivery based on result that can be compensated by financing. That's also important, so that it's not going to be like commitment without accountability and verification, and then without payment. This is also part of the most important credible of the policy framework. For Ministry of Finance, we are working closely with some of the donors, ADB here, VP Said is here. We are now designing the ETM, and this is exactly working very detailed in terms of how transaction can be calculated more explicitly. What does it mean for us to retire coal earlier? What does it mean? Because it will have a huge significant implication both for our electricity company, for the people in this case, that's why the affordability is the price of the electricity, and for the government in terms of subsidy or compensation. What does it mean and what does it take for us to build renewable energy to replace the non-renewable? How fast, how expensive, especially during this time when the interest rate tend to increase very sharply. This is going to be very, very costly. So what I'm saying is that we are designing the framework policy, developing instrument, we are issuing regulation in order for us to be able to develop more consistent and coherently. But we also communicate within our own stakeholder in Indonesia, but also with the external stakeholder. And this platform will provide the benefit for all of you to see how Indonesia is going to design this transition in a most transparent, but also consistent and credible way. Because I'm not going to hide any number in this case. I'm not going to mince my word. If we cannot pay it and you cannot also help, then this is not going to be delivered. As simple as that. I think all my colleague minister will agree on that. Because finance
Yeah.
minister, usually we really calculate very explicitly what does it mean to deliver a certain commitment. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that that's a very important point at the end of the day. You know, our developed countries partners, they really have to put their money where their mouth is. But Annie, can you explain a little bit more in details about the energy transition mechanism? I know that it's, you know, we need to mobilize finance, obviously, and Indonesia's investment on renewables so far has been under $2 billion a year, and we need a lot more. We need in the tens of billion dollars a year, even in the, you know, for India, for example, even the $100 billion a year. But presumably, you know, what sort of policies that you will put in place, what kind of incentives in order to attract this kind of money coming into Indonesia? What projects are we talking about? And when it comes to decarbonization, what is it that we can offer potential investors when it comes to, you know, partnering with us for energy transition?
Well, as you mentioned, Indonesia, with the current energy need, even though it is disrupted by the pandemic, but the growth for the energy demand will continue increase. Currently, we have more than 60% of our energy mix is based on coal. And Indonesia is also a biggest among the important coal producer. So for us to reduce the portion of the coal within our power plant, that will have a huge implication, not only in terms of the opportunity cost of this coal, which is contributed to the revenue for my budget, of course in the form of tax and other royalties, but also in terms of what is going to be the cost of producing electricity in the most efficient, but in this case, lower CO2 emission way. And that's why the discussion about the energy transition is actually okay. If we are going to reduce the coal within our energy mix, what does it take? Are we going to first retiring the old and more polluted coal power plant, which is whether they are owned by the PLN, our state-owned company, or they are individual power purchase, private sector? What does it mean in terms of retiring it? So we have to calculate, because most of this power plant have a long-term contract with the PLN. And that's why this contract need to be continue honored. If it is not, that Indonesia in a very difficult situation. But in honoring the contract and also at the same time reducing the year of operation will definitely require an explicit financing compensation. So that's going to be the most important part. And this compensation should not then have the implication that the government have to put more money, which is become unaffordable from our own budget. Don't forget, our budget in the past 2 years, because of the pandemic, is have to increase the deficit. And currently with the global situation, we really have to be even more careful in managing our budget to become the source of stability of our economy. So that's really the real case for the ETM, especially when you are dealing with the Indonesia case. And then in order for us to compensate a more retirement, early retirement of this coal, even I think many asking, can Indonesia even canceling what is already on a pipeline? That will also have a huge dynamic. So what kind of policy framework, including incentive, that is allowing us to encourage all this private sector to transition into a more green economy? That is going to be a very, very detailed and important discussion and design of the policy that we will continue work on it. And then we have to build to compensate this reduction with the renewable energy. And that's really depend. We have hydro, we have geothermal, we have wind, we have solar. These are all require a different capital cost as well as risk. So we have to make sure that each of them have the ability to be developed in a more sustainable way. At the end, the PLN should have the electricity with affordable price, affordable for the people to buy the energy, affordable for the business to consume this electricity, affordable for our budget to provide incentive or compensation, or even in this case subsidy, and also affordable for the PLN that their balance sheet is not going to be jeopardized. So these are all the discussion that we are having. We talk about blended finance, in which the role of private sector like Bill Winters or many philanthropists We providing the SDG Indonesia 1, we appoint PTSMI, that is Special Mission Vehicle under Ministry of Finance. They become the manager of this blended finance. Because many interest stakeholders want to participate, but they don't know which one and what kind of participation that they are going. And that's why the country platform is very important.
Okay, and also we have our target of phasing out coal by 2040. That's a tall order. Currently, we're still over 60% of our energy relies very much on coal. Over to you, Minister Nirmala. Of course, India is now, what's the largest population in the world. I mean, it's the energy needs is huge, and you still have to lift 1.4 billion people out of poverty. And what is happening with energy transition in India? Could you share with us what strategies are being put into place and what kind of collaborations that India has been doing, especially these past few years since the Paris Agreement? Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Sri Mulyani, for having given me this opportunity to be in this beautiful island Bali. And Om Shri Rastu, Swasti Rastu. Your question about India being the largest in terms of population and in terms of the differentiated growth and the levels of poverty, well taken, but in the last 7-8 years, and in fact, I'm very glad to draw the attention of the audience here to say that the UNDP's latest report has highlighted how people in India are now given such a coverage that there is no risk of them being pushed to further poverty, particularly because of the COVID, particularly because of the value chain disruptions, and also because of the supply chain problems, even worse because of the Russia-Ukraine war. So I'm glad that the report has come out in time to say that the measures taken by the government has ensured that the poor are not further pushed, on the contrary, are given all the necessary support. So that is something which I would like to place on record here. And even before we talk about what steps that we've taken and therefore what are the measures which are consistent with the commitments given by India, I'd like to highlight that in Scotland, when in COP26 our Prime Minister participated, 5 effective points, which we in India call Pancha Amrita, which is 5 nectar points, which are very specific about the national commitments that we've given. The first thing is that India will reach its non-fossil energy capacity, non-fossil fuel-based energy capacity of 500 gigawatt by 2030.
500 gigawatt by 2030.
By 2030. That's the first thing. And we are well on course for it. Second, India will meet 50% of its energy requirements from renewable energy by 2030. Again, 50% of all energy requirement from its renewable sources by 2030. Again, well on course. Third, India will reduce the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons from now onwards till 2030. Fourth, by 2030, India will reduce carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45%. And lastly, India will achieve net zero by 10 years later than Indonesia, 2070. So these are commitments given, and I can say today that post Scotland, and also because of the credentials that we hold, that commitments made in Paris, COP21, we were one of the earliest countries, one of the few countries which fulfilled all its commitments. So climate change and therefore the transition from fossil fuels to non-fossil fuel is something which we have taken very seriously. There are several measures which are being given as incentive to move and transition, and also several promised steps to, like Indonesia, give up on coal-based these were promises made, but I also will highlight one difficulty India is facing even now. We've spent a lot in giving cooking gas for the poorest of the poor families so that they can get out of using firewood and move to using climate-friendly gas. And this was done in a rapid way between 2014 and 20. Nearly 12 crore Indians have been given natural gas to cook as a fuel medium. But unfortunately, because of the recent war and because of also, just before the war, the price of natural gas has been going up, and we are finding it extremely difficult because we had identified natural gas as a transitional energy which will help us to move from fossil to non-fossil. But with the cost of natural gas going up, not just India, you find many countries, even Austria, I think, in the latest list of countries, moving back to coal, unfortunately. And therefore, all the commitments made even by developed countries today to get out of fossil fuel is at risk.
So I think this is a very, very important point because, you know, even Indonesia, we plan to reduce our emission by 41% with international assistance. And of course, this is something that we all need to have at the moment, collaborating with developed countries to come up with funding for energy transition. And just share with us, I mean, it's highly commendable that India has actually achieved beyond your NDC, and you have these very, very good targets of by 2030, you want to phase out coal and also to achieve the zero emission by 2070. Just share with us some of the success stories or highlights. How did you make it possible, and where did the funding come from, and how did you mobilize it? Of course, we have the government funding, and then there is the public funding, and also the private partnership as well, and of course the multilateral donors. How has India been doing it this far?
Thank you. That's a very important question when particularly we are here to talk about country experiences and share one another's experience so that we can learn from one another and move on this very critical issue of climate change and addressing financing of sustainable climate transition. First question on the issue of how India has moved from, at least partly, and kept up its commitment fully, which was given in COP21, which is Paris. And I'm not stating it with the sense of, oh, it is us, but clearly the transition to fulfill the COP21 commitment was completely financed by Government of India. It wasn't taken from anywhere else, no multilateral funding came in. The 100 billion, which was promised, and probably promised since 2009 for climate action, has not come at all. It's not on the table. We are talking and talking and talking on it. It has not come on. So India financed its commitments fully for keeping up with the nationally determined commitments given in COP21, fully financed. Now, post that as well, even with the challenge of crude going up so that we can move, we levied some of the biggest taxes on use of coal, on use of fossil fuel, from extraction, from distribution, also to the final point where the end consumer, unfortunately, how much ever I would want to subsidize it, we quite subsidize it for the poorest of the poor, because we don't want fuel price to hit the poor whilst they are doing these small businesses. We give them subsidy for something else in order to that they can, run their business effectively, but we don't want to encourage greater use of carbon or fossil fuel. However, the transportation of food grains for the sake of the poor is also subsidized so that the food grains don't become costly for the poor. The long and short of what I'm trying to say here is we have targeted levying charges on use of carbon or coal or any fossil fuel. And that is why sometimes even within the country, there are discussions saying, why should we be paying so much of money for fuel, which is very critical? And that is why I took the example of how government has subsidized giving for the poor cooking gas. And even today, when the cost of natural gas is going up, we are funding it. Equally, we have incentivized production of solar equipment. We are giving production-linked incentives. And I just want to quote the numbers here. The production-linked incentive scheme is to the tune of 240 billion Indian rupees in high-efficiency solar PV modules production. Then also for advanced chemistry cells, and also for production of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles alone, the production-linked incentive scheme, we provide 259.38 billion Indian rupees. And that is completely for manufacturing of automobile and auto components for electrical vehicles. Even more, the incentives that we give. There is a scheme that we came up with, acronym being FAME, which is faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles. For that, we've given 100 billion Indian rupees, again, separately. So, and then the tax, the GST, the goods and services tax, is also levied at the minimum rate of 5% only on these vehicles. Further, the subsidy has been completely removed from kerosene. So, one hand you're discouraging, on the other, where it is renewable energy, you're giving incentive. Both happening simultaneously has helped us in achieving the nationally determined commitments. But I must admit that for the renewable, particularly the solar sector, Indian private entrepreneurs have really come in a big way, and very many of our big solar parks are completely run by Indian private entrepreneurs today.
Just very quickly, I think this is an important point that you've made. You know, the government puts a lot of efforts and subsidies in order to achieve your NDCs. But 2030, you said you want to have 500 gigawatt of power from non-fossil fuel base, and obviously this will cost a lot of money. How much from now until 2030, and of course beyond until 2070, when you want to achieve net zero emission, in terms of the funding or the money that India needs in order to achieve its targets? And where do you see, you know, most of the money coming from? And we're talking about, you know, we have energy transition mechanism, partnership, and what can developed countries do. Tell us a little bit more about
Whilst most often Sri Mulyani must have observed, like many of our emerging market countries, we want to have multilateral institutions understand the needs, energy requirements of emerging economies in particular, because it is the emerging economies whose engine for growth, if well run, can actually pull the engine of growth for the entire globe, because the majority of the population lives here, majority of economic activity today takes place here, although advanced frontier technologies may exist in the developed world. The money in the name of private equity might exist in the developed world, but it is a question of looking at where the engine has got to be kept active. And unless you keep that active and well-oiled, you're just not going to be able to pull the global economy, particularly post the pandemic, when you're recovering, even as the war continues. But then the issue is, unless the emerging economies and their engine of growth is well calibrated and technologies are transferred, at least for such technologies which are critical for non-fossil fuel development. And unless this 100 billion which has been promised and which is in talks really comes onto the table, you're not just going to be having governments move faster. India showed its dedication and put the money where the mouth is. And that is why we could achieve COP21 targets. Now again, we are pushing forward for 26, but it's certainly not going to be possible for many, many countries. And after all, solutions are not going to have to be centered only in one country.
Exactly. Yeah.
It has to be everywhere and anywhere that you choose to do. You need to have it. Otherwise, every country is bearing the brunt of climate change. Even as I'm sitting here, I'm worried about the cloud burst which is happening in Himalayan region, which never did happen so many times in a year. Flooding that is happening in the northeast, rainfall that is happening, which should happen over a period of a month, for instance, is happening within 2 days. That month-long quantum of rain falling within 2 full days, which is month-long falling within 48 hours, have wiped out settlements. We are paying for all of them to bring the people back to their villages and to their activities. These are heavy, big costs. It's not possible also after that to be conscious and say, look, in spite of what the price might be of natural gas, and in spite of how cheap coal could be because of the carbon emission, we will not, go back to coal. One point of practicality. Your energy base will have to be consistent and at one level. Over and above that, you can keep topping up with solar, wind, nuclear, anything else. But that steady base which is required for energy transmission, meaning electricity to be moved from the place where it is generated to the places which have, a requirement. That base till now has been kept steady through the use of coal. I'm not advocating the use of coal, please do not mistake me. But that steady supply has got to be ensured, otherwise your energy systems will fail, your transmission grids will fail. No wonder many of the countries today, because we have not really found an effective alternative for that stable foundation based on which, over which you can build many other things. Now that is why many countries, unfortunately, because it's becoming unaffordable to get gas, are reverting to use coal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not justifying it. But please let's remember, we can't be unrealistic in setting goals and say, get out of that and be here because that's how you'll be good to climate. I'm sorry, I have also a huge population. You reminded me that we are the biggest. I have a moral responsibility to feed them, to keep them in their wellness, and also to make sure economic activity, being the engine of growth, should keep moving and moving at good pace.
Good point, Minister Nirmala. And I think a forum like a G20 is extremely important to emphasize this. I mean, for emerging countries, including like Indonesia and India, obviously, I think we will be burning more coals before we can start actually reducing our emission. And I think this is what needs to be understood. Energy transition has to be done in such a way, I mean, the phrase is mentioned, is in a just way, in a fair way, to create stability so it doesn't make people lose lose further economic losses. But Minister Godongwana from South Africa, now tell us your perspective. Obviously, energy demand in your country continues to increase. So tell us about how South Africa is dealing with the energy transition, what measures are being put in place. And also, if I'm not mistaken, last year there's the Just Energy Transition Partnership that South Africa did together with European countries, also with the US and the UK. Tell us about the journey and whether you're optimistic that you can achieve your targets.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, my colleague, for inviting us to be a panelist here. The three countries, quite an interesting choice. We differ in the size of population, but the demographic profiles, the footprint is almost the same. In South Africa, we've got largely still dependent on coal. 90% of our electricity generation is still on coal. We've improved between 2010 and now. We've reached up about 5,000 megawatts, which is almost 10% of our installed capacity. Thus far, in terms of renewables, which we mark to proceed. COP26 marked an interesting departure which we appreciate the efforts by our partners. We call them the IPG, International Partnership Group, by making available 8.5 billion US dollars to South Africa. But if you had to compare that to our ambitious NDC, which is costed in today's prices is 64 billion US dollars. Now, I'm saying in today's prices. Now, over time, that figure is likely to be more. But it's an important step forward in two respects, because it begins to demonstrate the commitments the developed world has said. And, so and secondly, one of the things we're beginning to infuse into it is the centrality of the just component. And I'm going to come back because most of my colleagues are making reference to that. The second element is that we also, on a practical level, you must have heard in April this year, we had major floods which had made impact, displacing about 4,000 people, killing about 400 people in our own situation. So, which clearly says the issue is a major challenge for us. But what we're arguing is that any transition must be country-specific. You can't have a one-size-fits-all. You can't have a one-size-fits-all. Let me just give you an example of this dimension. In our situation, 13 coal-fired power stations and 13 feeding mines, you can imagine the number of jobs are in one region. Now, if you were to say tomorrow, you were to displace all of that and put all of this wind and so on, the dislocation that you're likely to face is massive. I mean, I was in a meeting with at dinner. John Kerry says to us, and John Kerry says, no, he's going to call, he and Biden are going to call all these rich people and get money. And they will go around and plant and displace all of these coal things and plant all of these renewables, as if the thing is about only planting these renewables. They're not human beings. You know? They're not human beings, you're just going to plant. No, it doesn't work that way. They are human beings. You've got to take that into account, the significance of the just component. So, but the work we're doing is, let me come back to that work now, which is very improving. But before coming to that work, let me reinforce one element. I indicated that if we were to cost today South Africa's NDC, it's 64 billion US dollar. Now, the developed world have got two opportunities to do this thing. The first one is the commitment they made of $100 billion per annum, by the way. It's not that 100 billion per annum. The second set of commitment, which we've been arguing in the World Bank and IMF, is the redirection of the SDR to also add to this component of developmental work in order to deal with this issue. So that's going to be important. Let me come back to the South African situation and in terms of the partnership we're doing. Given the dominance of the electricity sector in terms of our greenhouse emission, so our major focus, first and foremost, is to decarbonize that sector. As I've indicated, we've already put about 4,000 megawatts of renewables. Now, we've got to strengthen the transmission. We've got to put about a minimum of about 2,000 kilometers of transmission to make the transmission strong. But a key element of that is how do you protect human beings, not just plant these things. How do you protect human beings? That component of protecting human beings, in our view, it requires that just transition not be seen purely as an environmental issue, be seen as another alternative developmental model. That's why I'm then saying it must be country-specific, because that alternative development model would have to be done in line with the specific requirements of that specific country. So we're doing part of that, decarbonizing, doing a lot of reforms in that sector. But there's also going to be a need for supporting technologies. You know, going to happen now is how do we support the um, replacing a coal power stations, but there's a new technologies which are going to be required as part of this transition. For instance, a carbon, hydrogen. Yeah, hydrogen economy. Now, I don't think funds are going to flow into supporting developing economies to do that. Funds are going to follow only to replace this coal with technology from the West. If you can, in your own environment, be able to develop these technologies, we think that they should also be funded. But I must appreciate, for instance, in the discussion we're having with our partners in the electric vehicles, a part of that. So what is then required, we've released a 6-month report now in discussion with our partners. We had a meeting last month, our 6-month report, which says what work we've done. A key element of that is a requirement on our side, which is a takeaway which we're going to share with our colleagues from the developing world. I think Indonesia is doing well. They will, by the time they enter this debate, they'll be doing it from an advantage point because they're beginning to develop an investment project and investment plan. One of the things that's required from our side, yes, 8.5 billion, what are your investment plans? And we then created a team led by Daniel Monana was looking at the investment plans and the nature of this finance. What does it entail? Because sometimes it's easy to say 8.5. What does it mean? How much is grant? How much is concessional funding? In what form? All of that detail, we're working on it. We intend to announce the final details in COP27. So there's some interesting work being done.
Very quickly, Mr. Gondongwana, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, if I'm not mistaken, there's an initial commitment of 8.5 billion for the first phase of financing. Could you just update us and, how is that coming along and what kind of, things that need to be done? Well, what are the challenges and roadblocks that you see coming ahead in order to get this kind of funding going?
Now, when it was initially announced, it was just a mere figure. And over the past 6 months, what we've done is to say, who is giving us what? Mm-hmm. And in what form? So let me give one of the partners says to us, okay, what I'm giving 1.8 billion. He then said, how does that work? He says, okay, I'll give you an institution of your choice, mm-hmm. Provide a guarantee of $1 billion as a concessional funding. But there's a $500 million which will go into private sector funding. Mm-hmm. Right? There's a 300 million which will come later in the form of a guarantee. So we've been trying to just, in each of the commitments, trying to explain how does it work. There's one which says, okay, we'll give you, some of it will go into technical support. Some of it will come in the form of a grant. Some of it will come in the, I can't go into the detailed country submission, but that's how we've been trying to unpack that over the last 6 months.
But in short, are you in South Africa happy with this kind of partnership? Is this something that will work? And
we think it will work. It has got its own pitfalls. My thinking is that have got nothing to do with the partner, with ourselves and them. Mm-hmm. It has got to do with the fact that we're all experimenting. Right. So in the making that experiment, there will be trials and errors. So I suspect part of that difficult was for instance, it was not clear in the early stages where is this 8.5 billion sitting, in what form, and so on. We ourselves, they said, okay, fine, if we give you 8.5 billion tomorrow, what are your investment plans? Where are the projects? So in that sense, it was a trial and error, but it's working.
Okay. Over to you, Mr. Undersecretary. Obviously, the whole world, we've been distracted with the pandemic, and also now there's a war in Ukraine and energy prices rising, if anything. People are now looking to fuel to help them out of crisis. I mean, having listened to our different country approaches, and I think there's an important point here, it's the commitment of developed countries. The number 100 billion has been, Minister Nirmala said, it's time to put the money where your mouth is. I mean, when it comes to partnering for energy transition, what would work? And what does a successful partnership look like?
Thank you. Let me start by saying thank you to our hosts for having us here today on this very important topic. It's an honor for me to be on this platform with three distinguished ministers of finance. So thank you very much. I think the United States recognizes that climate change and transitioning our economies to net zero requires unprecedented global cooperation. Slashing the world's emissions, achieving net zero by 2050 will require strong action in the international community, both public sector, donor countries, both public sector and in developing countries, as well as mobilizing private sector resources and working with philanthropic and other institutions. Collectively, I believe we all share a sense of urgency and political commitment to get this done. But the needs are very high. The economic transition, some estimates say, will cost over $130 trillion by 2050 to achieve net zero. That's $4 trillion a year. Obviously, such sums cannot be provided exclusively by governments. We will need to mobilize private sector investment. Fortunately, renewable energy is often cheapest to produce now. And so there are many investment opportunities around the world, as Minister Srimulyani had highlighted in her remarks. We in the U.S. also face similar challenges. We are transforming our energy sector largely by incentivizing the production of renewables, including through tax credits. And we estimate that in the next 2 years, over 60% of new production in the United States, new power capacity, will be from solar and other renewable energy systems. The President Biden last year signed the bipartisan infrastructure law that will pump billions of dollars into our economy for the electric grid, for advanced nuclear projects, for electric vehicle charging stations, and other emerging technologies such as green hydrogen, as has been mentioned, and large-scale carbon removal plants. We're not alone, of course. We all face similar challenges in trying to find financing to reduce our emissions. And this will require bold political leadership and ambitious policy reforms. Some of the decisions will not be easy, and communication will be essential so that we can deal with communities that are most impacted and make sure the transition is just. And I commend Sri Mulyani for her list of the ways that it's important that this transition be just, including making sure people have access to energy, making sure that the poorest are protected. Now, in terms of vehicles to get this done, the Just Energy Transition Partnerships is one that we think has a lot of promise. As the minister mentioned, it's a bit experimental, and we'll have to learn by doing. But the United States and others at COP26 last year in Scotland initiated the first Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa. And after that, the G7 and other partners have launched new JETPs, we call them, JETPs, with Indonesia, with India, with Vietnam, and with Senegal. The goal of these partnerships is to engage emerging markets that have high emissions and help them facilitate a more rapid transition to a greener economy. This, of course, requires high-level political commitment from these countries to take the difficult policy steps that are needed to achieve this. We are then working with development finance institutions, philanthropic resources, private finance, as well as countries' own resources to find the resources to help decommission the dirtiest, high-emitting assets, invest in renewable energy, and provide new access to energy that is cleaner, and also deal with the social impacts on impacted communities. This is a new kind of financial model. It expands on the traditional model of promoting renewables, but it also expands on it by taking the dirtiest emissions offline sooner than they would otherwise. This will help generate the most emission reductions given the resources that we have available. And while country partnerships are not exactly new, this is a new model in that it starts with high-level political commitment on both sides. It's important, of course, that we mobilize the private sector because we will need their types of financing to get this done. Over the last several years, of course, investments in ESG, environmental, social, and governance goals has increased tremendously. So there's a fair amount of resources that we can all tap into. ESG fund assets have grown from about $10 billion a few years ago to over $250 billion today. Now let me talk a little bit about our individual country partners. Our first partnership with South Africa has been noted. We've pledged to mobilize $8.5 billion over the coming several years to help South Africa achieve its ambitious nationally determined contribution. The $8.5 billion, coupled with the policy measures that South Africa is taking, should help unlock many times that amount of money in private investment to help drive the greening of South Africa's power generation. The minister mentioned the needs are multiples of 8.5 billion, upwards of 64 billion, so we need to mobilize the private sector to help achieve this. We have made good progress with South Africa since the announcement in Glasgow. This includes the appointment of a Climate Investment Funds Administrative Unit, serve as secretariat of the partnership, and South Africa's establishment of a high-level presidential climate finance task force team. Our focus is on developing a comprehensive investment plan with South Africa to indicate where the most promising avenues of investment lie. We also applaud the progress that South Africa has made on enabling private investment in the electricity market, such as raising the licensing cap for generation projects, as well as the commitment to unbundle Eskom. While more policy measures will be needed, these are very important steps, and we commend the government for taking them. Of course, as the minister mentioned, there's not a one-size-fits-all approach here. We have also a partnership with India. We've been working with India on a just energy transition partnership, and we welcome the steps described by the minister that India is already taking to help incentivize the use of solar power, to help on vehicles, etc. And the U.S. is pleased to co-lead this partnership with Germany, working, of course, with India. On Indonesia, we are working very closely with the government, with various ministries, to reduce the pipeline of coal power, speed decommissioning of the dirtiest plants, and expedite the deployment of renewable resources. And India, of course, has taken a number of steps. The minister has described them, policy steps that will be very important for this partnership, including related to the cap and trade. So all of these partnerships are relatively new. They're somewhat new models of old country partnerships. We think they have a lot of promise. Will they be successful? I expect they will be, but we have a lot of work to do over the coming years to make them work.
Okay, and the Secretary, Marco, very, very good to hear that the US is still very much committed to helping developing countries transition. And of course, this G20 forum is extremely important. Energy transition is one of the main agendas. And how can we expect to welcome President Biden here in the summit? I mean,
well, I certainly hope so. Obviously, there's broader context to the G20 this year, which is difficult. But my minister is here today, Secretary Yellen. She'll fully participate tomorrow and the next day. And we strongly support Indonesia's
of course,
year.
and we hope to see some real, practical and, like you say, real commitment coming from developed countries and our funders. Minister Ani, I've been told that you have something else at 10:30. Would you like to leave now? We still have one more speaker to listen to, Bill Winters, online, or can you?
Okay, this is a very good transition for all of us, which is from the government side to now talking about what is the role of private sector. Like Andy mentioned earlier, that certainly this kind of commitment cannot be financed only through or rely on government resources. So it will be good to then have Bill to discuss about how the private sector can participate in this. But I have to have another, as a host country minister, apologize for always like have many back-to-back meeting during this 3 days meeting. So if you allow for me to be stepped outside.
Okay, well, first of all, big hands for Minister Ani before she leaves us.
I was told it's a 45 minutes discussion. I'm in a similar problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister Ani. But before, so you have to, all of you have to leave now? Okay, but very, very quickly, maybe, please, you're welcome to leave, but I think Bill Winters, maybe if you can say something about the role of private sector when it comes to energy transition.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks very much for having me. Thanks very much, Srimiliani, for both organizing us, but also for your comments. It's very, very encouraging to see from each of the government ministers that spoke how committed the nations of the world, the nations that participated in COP26 and beyond, are about the energy transition. Each of the speakers mentioned quite clearly the need for financing and the challenges that are posed in terms of getting the vast amount of money that various participants in the global economy have set aside for a just transition. The challenges of getting that into the hands of the people that can really make the difference in terms of getting carbon out of our environment. So we heard the references to $130 trillion of available financing over time. We know that the commitments are in the order of $3.5 or $4 trillion just in the developing economies. And we know that the connection between that money that's available, that's looking to be invested in the just transition, and the actual recipients of that money, that connection mechanism isn't working to anywhere near the degree that it will need to. And I think we could also recognize that there are many levers that we have to pull in order to affect this transfer of investment value and wealth, in many cases from developing countries. But let's focus for a moment on the private sector. We know that the private sector savers have set aside something on the order of $5 trillion of money targeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, with the majority of that focused on sustainability and avoiding the increase in global temperatures that we all are witnessing, but also fear. We also know that it's very, very difficult to get that money into the hands of the people who will be able to generate the greatest impact. And those are people sitting in developing economies that don't have other access to financing to finance their own transition. Who can play a role in bridging this gap? Banks can play a role, and we are playing a role. Certainly, a bank like Standard Chartered is very present on the ground across sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Middle East, and these are very important target destinations for transition financing money. But there's not enough. There's not enough in the banking sector to make this work itself. We have to tap into the much broader and larger capital markets, where there's also a strong will to invest in these transition projects, but not with the necessary expertise, not with the necessary competence to manage associated political risk. And that requires a public-private partnership of extraordinary magnitude in order to package up the money that's looking to be invested but is having a hard time finding its way into the right places with the help of banks or without. Where's that bridging mechanism going to come from? We think a substantial portion of that needs to come from what we all refer to as blended finance. And this is using the multilateral development banks, export credit agencies, other development institutions, which are funded largely out of the developed world, packaging that money up together with private sector money, hopefully getting a leverage factor that's on the order of magnitude of 10 to 15 times. So a dollar of MDB money generating 10 to $15 of aggregate financing. That's not what we're experiencing today. What we see today is two things. One is the amount of public sector funding into these public-private sector partnerships is extremely small, a tiny fraction of what's necessary to finance a just transition, number one. And number two, the leveraging factor is also extremely small. Something like 95 cents of MDB money generates $1 of incremental financing. So not $15, but $1. So what we need to work on together, in my opinion, is both increasing the amount of public sector funding, but also getting a much higher catalytic effect through to private sector financing. And if we do that, then we can tap into that vast pool of ESG and other private sector related money, targeting those things that governments will find it difficult to finance directly. So financing the transition of corporations from a high carbon to a low carbon economy. With that set of undertakings, and I can make very clear that the GFANS organization, as referred to by some of the other speakers, is very, very focused on achieving just that.
Okay, well, Bill Winters, thank you very much for the commitment from the private sector. Just very quickly, Indonesia is launching its national platform today for its energy transition mechanism. It's this kind of mechanism, is this an attractive way, is this the right way for the private sector, for private investors to get involved? And this is something that you think is going to work?
I was very, very encouraged by Srimayani's comments, and in particular about the market-based mechanisms that are an important part of the Indonesian transition plan as set out. So the focus on carbon markets, the focus on having a clear price for carbon, the focus on countries being able to monetize those good actions and good deeds that go beyond their NDCs in order to help finance the transition in each of the countries that we're talking about. So I was extremely encouraged, both by the embedded government actions that Srimayani set out, but also by the degree to which there's an expectation to lever market-based mechanisms to bring the private sector in, and also to help monetize and finance this very substantial underlying investment program that Indonesia has set out.
Okay. Thank you for that, Bill Winters. And I've been given till 11:15 for this session now. Undersecretary Andy, I mean, we've very, very interesting discussion, very, very important. Just your final thoughts. What would you like to see come out of this discussion? What, obviously the road ahead is going to be, quite challenging, and it's going to be quite difficult. But again, in terms of partnership, is absolutely crucial, and everybody basically has to be on board, and everybody should have the same vision of what it means transitioning from a fossil fuel-based economy to a low-carbon base. Just your thoughts, what do you think should come out of this kind of, particularly in the G20 setting, which is a time when we should all be talking and working together?
Thanks. Yes, it's given the global events of the last few months, it's even more important to focus on energy security and energy transition clearly given the war, Russia's war in Ukraine, that has complicated this for many countries. I think what we're hoping comes out of the G20 and our partnership with countries over the next few months is clear investment plans from the countries with a sense of prioritization of what the countries want to achieve. We want to support the countries themselves. I think we need to identify the public financing, both from partner countries like us and our European, Japanese friends, but also the financing locally. And then, as Bill was just saying, work more effectively with private sector, including through development institutions like the World Bank and IFC and Asian Development Bank, looking at Ahmed here, to put more money into these vehicles and generate more leverage.
Okay, and I think the momentum is right. I mean, we need to act now. We cannot wait. 2030 is just around the corner. Obviously, there are many roadblocks, challenges ahead of us. But when it comes to climate change, we're all in it together on this planet, and this is something that we all need to collaborate on. And we've made our commitment, and we've made our target now. Basically, what is needed is implementation, and the financing aspect for basically energy transition is a very, very crucial part of our journey. Once again, thank you very much for the discussion. Andy Balko, again, thank you very much. Bill Winters joining us, and of course we had our three financial ministers from Indonesia, India, and South Africa, and no doubt they're now busy trying to hash things out and what they would like to see come out of this meeting. Once again, thank you very much, and hope it's been a very productive session. I would like to return this event to the MC.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Desi Anwar and all distinguished speakers. What a fruitful and intriguing discussion we had. With that, we hope that we're looking forward to embodying the spirit of G20, recover together, recover stronger. Now, Excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, we will have a 10-minute break before our upcoming session. You are all invited to come back to the room at 10:54. And for your information, all the food and coffee are provided just outside this room. And please come back again at 10:54. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of you to come back to the Jakarta room as we will begin the next session in no time. Once again, we would like to invite all the participants, speakers, moderators to come back to the room as we will begin the event in no time. Thank you very much. Excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are inviting you to come back to the Jakarta room and please kindly be seated as we are about to begin our event in no time. Once again, excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are inviting you back to the Jakarta room and please kindly be seated as we are about to begin our session in no time. Thank you. Excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Sustainable Finance for Climate Transition. But before, once again, we would like to invite all the participants, moderators, and all speakers to come inside the Jakarta room because we are starting our next and upcoming session. Without further ado, now let's proceed to the following agenda, that is session 2, role of different financial institutions, which I believe it will also entertain us with a very mind-provoking discussion. And to moderate this event, I would like to kindly invite Ibu Andini Effendi to lead the discussion. Ibu Andini, you may have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin our second session of the day. I would like to invite all the speakers. First is Madam Alice Carr, Executive Director of Public Policy of Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Alice, you may join me on stage. Please give a round of applause. Next is Ahmed M. Said, Vice President of Asian Development Bank. Mr. Said, please join me on stage. And we have Mark Andre Blanchard, Executive Vice President and Head of CDPQ Global, is a Quebec Deposit and Investment Fund. I hope I don't butcher your name. And then next we have Jay Collins, Vice Chairman, Banking Capital Market Advisory from Citigroup. I believe who will join me online or offline. Very well. Next one, last but not least, is Mr. Simon Harford, CEO of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Oh, both joining me online. Hello, gentlemen. Glad to have you both here.
Hello.
Hello. So we will be discussing innovations and also approaches for private capital mobilization and also how to increase public-private partnerships around catalytic financing opportunities and also how we can foster ongoing engagement for public finance institution. I think I want to give the floor first to Alice and then also to Simon here. Maybe you can explain, because you represent basically a lot of financial institution and there are like a lot of fundings that can be used for emerging markets, for developing countries. So how can we, what can you do to ensure the hundreds of financial institutions that you represent to put the capital into work in order to support energy transition in emerging markets such as Indonesia? Alice, you go first, and then Simon, you can go ahead later.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I just wanted to start by saying that at GFANZ we really welcome the leadership that the ministers on the previous panel are showing in transitioning their economies to net zero. GFANZ, for those of you that don't know us, are an alliance of more than 500 financial institutions globally. And the assets of those firms are about 40% of global private financial assets, so not insignificant. All of our members have made a commitment under the UN's Race to Zero campaign to transition their financed emissions to net zero by 2050 and to achieve around a 50% decarbonization by 2030. And just to flag, that's the emissions that they finance, not their own activities. So what we're seeing in the private financial sector then is an increasing strategic alignment with net zero transition. Many of the firms, not all of them of course, but many of the firms in our alliance are now undertaking serious top-down transition planning activities and thinking about how to pivot their financing by engaging with the firms and the countries that they finance. And this is a very complex process, so we're working to give them the toolkit they need. We've developed a transition planning framework that can be used by any financial institution, whether you're a member and have a 2050 end date or not. And really, we need to now get firms using that framework. Wider adoption of that and implementation of that will do a lot to help pivot financial flows to where we need them. So I guess the first thing I wanted to flag in the context of these G20 meetings is that support for transition planning by the financial sector and the real economy is really critical, and we'd really welcome the support of policymakers on that point. The second point that I wanted to make was that we heard in the previous session about the different national initiatives to transition away from coal and ramp up renewables financing. And I know that the people that speak after me on this panel are going to have some very interesting examples of how they're working public-private collaboration to try and get the finance flowing. So I won't try to speak to that. In GFANZ, we are doing some of the on-the-ground experimentation ourselves. We're working in India, we're working in Colombia, we've been working a little bit in South Africa, and that's increasing. But what I wanted to actually just take a moment to say is that we're also of the view that there's a slight risk that unless we take a more ambitious top-down approach and remove some of the very fundamental barriers to public-private finance that have existed for decades. So I think people that have worked in this field for a while, most people can reel off the barriers to combining concessional finance with private finance at scale. Unless we, and when I say we, I think we would need the G20 to help us with this, try to remove some of those barriers in a kind of ambitious and structured way. I'm slightly concerned that we won't get the kind of multipliers we all know we need, and we won't get the capital flowing in the way the ministers on the previous panel said would be useful and important. So we put out overnight our initial view as the private sector on what using a private sector lens, what a kind of revamped G20 country platform framework would look like. And when one looks at that, of course, as everyone said earlier, it's about being country-led. And just as Indonesia, South Africa, India are doing, setting an ambitious transition path. That's critical, that's foundational. But we also think there's a great deal of public-private collaboration needed to agree that those paths identified are ones that we're all going to support through time, not just this year, but over the decade it's going to take to finance them. We need to give the private financial sector confidence that it's okay for them to finance some of this transition, because some of it is in the renewables sector, and of course we need that finance to increase. But some of it's going to be trickier than that. And at the moment, there's quite a strong risk that the global financial sector pulls back from the kind of financing we actually need them to do over the next decade. We would like to highlight that risk. We think there are ways to fix it through a revamped framework. We've also relatedly put out a framework for the managed phase-out of high-emitting assets, which we think would bring transparency and accountability to financing that we've all agreed is in line with an ambitious NDC and that's necessary for net zero transition, even if it's not unambiguously green when we begin. So we really think that's important. And then the other thing I was going to mention is I'm sure we're going to go on to discuss a number of examples of really successful blended finance initiatives. We think there are some barriers still at the global level in terms of how the international financial architecture works that will frustrate our efforts ultimately if we don't take an ambitious approach to dealing with those. And so in our statement, we explore some of the things that we think might be needed. So I'll stop there and hand over to your moderator. Thanks.
I'd like to hear from Simon from GEAPP. So what are your, I guess, what can you do to ensure to put the capital that you represent, the partners that you represent to work in emerging markets?
Great. Good morning. Let me just check. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you just fine, perfectly.
Perfect. Well, good morning, and I'm sorry I'm not with you in person. I shall be in Jakarta in 2 weeks, so I look forward to meeting with many of you then. First of all, everything about success we feel is collaboration, and all of us involved in this conversation and elsewhere are needed to play to our strengths. And so let me just explain to your question who GAP is, because we are a new organization launched at COP26 in Glasgow. We are a coalition of major philanthropy, working with other philanthropists beyond our anchor partners, seeking to play our role in just transitions alongside everybody else. Our initial anchor philanthropists are Rockefeller Foundation, IKEA Foundation, and the Jeff Bezos Earth Fund. But again, we seek to work with all philanthropists to optimize the role that philanthropy plays in transitions in collaboration with all other parties. And I think that's the key point, is the word alliance in our name. We think that to solve for transitions fast and successfully and in a just way, it's going to take all of us. And we very much operate a sort of collaborative model with all. It's great to see ADB and Ahmed. We work closely with them, with the World Bank, with the likes of RMI and Systemic, and crucially, to work closely with the private sector. And I think that's the heart of a lot of this conversation this morning. Great to see Jay and Marc-Andre again. And also to be seeing the way that GFANS is building up its engagement. We believe that the long-term sustainable solution for just transitions must be focused on long-term private sector solutions. My own background is private sector, including renewable energy in emerging markets. And so we see our role as philanthropy, bringing our capital into catalyzing these long-term private sector solutions. But we think it's not just capital. We've got to bring innovation, all of us. We've got to bring flexibility. We've got to bring new models. And Ahmed spoke so well yesterday in a different panel about we've got to work in the same way together and create the right processes, the right new models, the right coordination, so that we're all working, in our view, to a shared plan. And most fundamentally, as others have said, this has to be country-led. We are working very actively with other countries like South Africa, hand in hand with their national agenda, their priorities, their concerns about the justness, providing our support to their framework and to their plan and to their priorities. And we have exactly the same plan for Indonesia, who were very excited to be partnering with in the same way, to Indonesia's priorities, Indonesia's plan, how to protect the justness for Indonesia, for all its citizens. So let me pause there. We can come back to more details, I'm sure.
I'll move on to Mr. Said from ADB. You have presence there in Indonesia. Perhaps you can share your role in supporting Indonesia preparation to access private capital for energy transition, and also in providing catalytic financing to boost the private investment on sustainable infrastructure. Share more a little bit about that.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here alongside so many fellow travelers on what is a very, very important problems, and here in the host country of Indonesia, which increasingly is stepping up on the global stage, turning to its rightful place in the global community. You know, there was a management consultant theorist in the US who wrote this book. Some of you may be old enough like me to remember it, called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And he said, you got to classify things, urgent and important. and then focus the most energy on the problems that are urgent and important. And I think energy transition and climate transition certainly qualifies in that quadrant. And so I think we're all right in our organizations to be spending an extraordinary amount of time and energy trying to come up with solutions to the many, many problems that we will need to solve along the way. In terms of ADB's own role, let me just make three very, very high-level points. The first, and Bill Winters made this point in the prior session, is we're quite convinced that the dollars are actually there. You know, Larry Summers was giving a speech recently where he said, you know, if an economist came from Mars and she landed on Earth, she would actually be completely shocked that there isn't this steady, large, regular flow of capital from large, slow-going, high-saving societies to large, fast-growing, capital-needy societies. In other words, at the highest sort of macro level, investments in emerging and developing markets make a lot of sense for the ultimate owners of capital, who are savers. So I think that's point one. Point two, we talk a lot about money, but money is both a lagging and an incomplete indicator of success in this ecosystem. It's a lagging indicator because the money comes after you've done the right things. And it's an incomplete indicator because there's a lot more that has to happen. In the same way, GDP is a very insufficient aggregate indicator of human welfare. Money for sustainable finance is an incomplete indicator of success. So what do these 2 points mean for ADB? What they mean is that we as an institution have to pivot from an old business model. And the old business model was, our job is to solve market failure. That's an economic framework. It says when there's a market failure, there's an externality, impose a carbon price. If there's some other form of market failure, act through the policy mechanism. Actually, the biggest problems in the world today are not market failures. They're market intermediation failures. It's the failure of private capital to organize the investment intermediaries who can successfully bring assets and asset owners and align them with ultimate needs of capital. And so what we've been doing at ADB over the last several years is launching some new experiments in market intermediation. So what are some areas that would be ripe for this? We were talking just before, Marc-Andre and his colleagues and I, about the business of project preparation. We haven't yet announced things, but we're working on some things that could build viable business models in this space. We've had the privilege of working very closely with the government of Indonesia on the problem of coal decommissioning. We think there are specific instruments that can be designed, blended finance, to address this problem. We established a brand new sustainable infrastructure platform that marries the public arm of the ADB with private capital and set up a new platform with Temasek and HSBC to do sustainable infrastructure. The minister from South Africa earlier made this great point. He said, we have to experiment. I cannot tell you whether these experiments will work or not work. What I can tell you is we will learn. And they're an important and critical step on the path to developing the solutions we need. Now, I want to make some broader comments about what we have learned so far in the early stages of this journey at ADB. The first and most important lesson, I think, is all of our institutions must evolve to meet the new set of challenges. And I think that's happening. I look to my right, and I see an important coalition of actors, of asset owners, a very different kind of initiative than we've seen from that community. I look to my left, and I see a person who's driving a very different kind of responsibility agenda in an institutional owner. Simon represents an aggregation of will and intent from the philanthropic community to do things differently. And so I think we need to do things differently. We're going to have to do them differently at the governance level. We're going to have to do them differently at the strategy level. We're going to have to do them differently at the culture level. But we have to push our organizations because the old world is gone. The era that existed from roughly 1940 to however you cut it, 2020, it's over. The institutions that were designed for that world are going to need to adapt. All of the really complicated problems in the world are interdisciplinary. Most of them sit at the intersection of technology, finance, and policy. We're not used to interdisciplinary problems. We're used to being really good at straight line thinking. And so I think this is the journey that we've got to go on. We're trying to do it in our way at ADB. We're doing it with partners around the world. We can't do it without partners. But hopefully we'll learn some lessons and we'll develop some solutions that over time make a difference.
Very well. Let's move on to you, Marc-Andre. I better call you Mark Andre because I cannot really pronounce your last name correctly, and I really don't want to butcher it. So Mark Andre from CDPQ, and then also from Jay Collins from Citigroup. Perhaps you can share more about your investment strategy on sustainable infrastructure, and particularly in terms of a just and affordable energy transition. What are your strategies, Mark Andre?
Thank you very much, Andini, and it's such to be here. Hello, yes, with this and um,
We need a new microphone, please.
yes, hello. No, that's fine now. Okay, so very nice to be here with the team, with so many and see so many friends. So, before I talk to you about our strategy, we have a strategy. Our strategy is really we deploy constructive capital. I represent CDPQ. We're a $350 billion US fund coming from Canada in the province of Quebec. We manage the money of depositors that are in relation to the government of Quebec, including 6 million workers in the province of Quebec who are counting on us to actually provide them with a retirement. This is our role. We have a dual role. Obviously, returns for our depositor. Second is to contribute to economic development. That led us to be a leader in the world in sustainability. Our tagline is we deploy constructive capital around the world. A third of our investment is in Canada, a third in the US, and a third in the rest of the world. 60 billion is deployed in emerging markets. So we are the largest renewable investors in the world, or one of the three largest, and one of the three largest investors in infrastructure. That's who we are. What is our strategy and to contribute to the transition? We have a $10 billion envelope to actually decarbonize and allocate to the transition on top of all of the green assets we have. But a lot of the things we look at reflect what was said just now. We need to change the way we think about investments. All of us, all of the institutions. The biggest revolution the last 70 years to me is the revolution of capital. Who owns or who controls capital in this world? When the World Bank and the MDBs and all of the great institutions we have, like the ACMED's one, and in the 50s were developed, it was in a world where there was like $250 billion of institutional assets, $250 billion of assets under management of institutions like ours. At the moment, there's 1,000 times more than there were 70 years ago. It's now 250 trillions. Yet the system, the institutions that we're talking about, not only the Bretton Woods institutions, but all of the rest of the world in the ecosystem, very, very little has been developed to adapt to this new world. And we all need to work differently as partners than we did before. And we need to get what we have identified, the institutional investors, we have identified what are the things that are preventing us from doing more in alignment, not only in emerging markets like in countries like in Indonesia, but even in Canada and the United States, where actually the assets of what is needed as investment doesn't really fit our usual risk and return pattern or obligations. So the first problem we have, risk-return equation is not the right one. Second, in many places, we lack projects. We lack bankable projects. Not only in emerging markets, it's even the case in the developed world. The third one is, if we're talking about specifically about instruments, we need to create and to work together to find ways. Many opportunities that we're talking about, particularly in emerging markets, are either not investment grade or are not of a grade enough, high enough to actually make it meeting our requirements, the institutional investors, of double Bs or triple Bs kind of investments. So how do we go and fill that delta between not being investment grade to actually making it investment grade? That's where the blended finance comes in. That's where we all need to work differently to make sure with philanthropy, with all slices of capital, from philanthropy to actually venture capitalists, government, multilateral organizations, institutional minds, banks, and the likes. And this is a new way of doing things. This is a new way of thinking. Just think about it. At the time where populism is high around the world, there will be a lot of places that will say, "Oh, are we subsidizing the private sector? We don't want to do that." Well, I'm telling to those of you who are thinking like that, I'm saying, well, that's fine. The private sector will keep doing what it does at the moment, but it will not do what we need it to be doing to actually make our world more sustainable. That's the problem. We're asking capital to do something it has not done so far. So we need to think differently about that. And I actually believe, I'm telling you, we all have, in my institution and many other institutions around the world, we all want to be part of the solutions. But the system also, we need to adapt at the CDPQ. We need to do things differently to actually be more patient with government, think about the communities even more, and all of the issues that you may think about. But on the other hand, governments and other agencies and all of that, we need people to actually change the way they think about that. Even with our own government, the government of Quebec or the government of Canada, when we do things, we don't speak the same language. We don't have the same expectations. So we need to build, take the time to build the trust. Take the time to build partnership. Take the time to build the platforms that are needed to face what we are facing. And I really believe we're going to get there. But we need to talk into each other in a way that actually we haven't talked to each other before. Like, I'll give you an example. At COP26, I understand it's an intergovernmental body. But you know what? The private sector has basically no status at COP26. Like, the president of Bank of America has no status at COP26 or at any COP. This needs to change. And the government ministers today are talking on one side and we're talking on the other side. And this is the way we've been doing it before. But we need, and I want to congratulate Indonesia and the Indonesian government to actually having pushed those meetings like we have now, and to actually create the opportunities to do that within the G20. But without that, we won't, yes, applaud the government of Indonesia for that, and all of the ministers involved. And I want to say one good other things about Indonesia. We're CDP, and I'll finish on that. We are looking for, actually at the moment, working with the government of Indonesia and with INA in particular for a specific investment in this country. We're still in, some preliminary phases. But I can tell you, talking about working differently, we've been on both sides, all sides, and INA has been incredibly good at that, is actually making sure that we have the real building the trust between the individuals involved. Also translating a lot of the issues that were happening with us and with the government and with ministries and with some stakeholders and with other players other institutional players that are around the table. So this is the kind of thing we need more of and we need to be doing. And my message to the G20, to countries like Canada, the United States, from the North or the developed world, I'm saying, yes, the platforms, it's great what Alice is talking about, but don't forget there are some some instruments we need quickly. Like, why in the world don't we have a project development facility that is at scale, offered to all investors and not only the multilateral development banks? At the moment, there's none. And I can tell you, in the private sector, there's a market failure there. So we need that. The second is we need the development of de-risking instruments that are way more at scale than they are now. People are talking moving billions to trillions, yet we're talking into millions in most places. And when we get with the billion-dollar platform, the people are looking at us and say, oh, this is too big. Well, this is a time where we all need to adapt to this new reality, and the time of this opportunity of the G20 and the fact that it's in Indonesia with the current initiatives going on in Indonesia is time is right at the right place. We just need people to listen. There are some very quick fix, and I'll finish on the very quick fix for the World Bank and entities like Ahmed. We need to share way more than we've been in the past between these two worlds. One thing is the World Bank, for example, doesn't yet share the data that it has on projects, where it failed, where it succeeded, the rate of returns, and all of that. That would help us to actually understand risk in some markets where we're not, way better than we are actually. Because you know what? When you don't know something, you tend to overestimate the risk and underestimate the opportunities. And that's one of the problems we all face. So I thank you, but I'm very hopeful about the future, and I thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Marc-Andre. Mr. Collins.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, let me just ask again if you can hear me.
We can hear you very well.
Great, thank you. Well, I'm in Europe. I'm sad to not be there with you in Indonesia. Thank you to our hosts again and our partners, my partners on the panel there with you. They've said a number of things which I won't repeat, but just simply agree with. So let me add some comments. First of all, I think the GFANS process of not only continuing to finalize commitments but operationalize commitments so as to get to a point where there's greater implementation is coming, and as was said earlier, the capital is all theoretically there, but as Marc-Andre said as well, it is not there, whether it's for regulatory reasons or fiduciary reasons, to take non-investment grade risk, to take technology risk, to take the kind of risks that we need in this world without risk mitigation tools that effectively manage that risk and accelerate the deployment of that capital. And so oftentimes the large numbers that you hear are overstated unless we do a better job of mitigating that risk. I would also agree that a lot of the problems and issues that we've had stem from failures to collaborate between the public and private sectors to do that. And blended finance is something since Addis Ababa that, quite frankly, the world has failed to do at scale and speed that's necessary. And a lot of what we're looking now in the energy transition space, in the climate finance space, really echoes of the histories of infrastructure finance, where risk needs to be taken by the risk takers that are appropriate to take particular risk, and the risks are complex and diverse, and we're just not doing that. We're still not doing that well, and we're going to have to break glass to get there. Third is the elephant in the room, or the elephants in the room, is the context of this market are going to make the challenges that we're talking about and that the G20 have on their plate now extraordinarily complex, whether it's supply chains, whether it's continued variants and remnants of COVID, whether it's the greatest monetary normalization process in the history of the planet, inflation, energy, and food shocks. I mean, what is not right now out there in terms of a crisis? The interplay between those. And so when we start to talk about how to put capital to work in energy transition, the context of this market and its duress are extraordinary. So now when we talk about, let's just say, not the kind of market risk intermediation that we talked about in Glasgow, but we talk about mitigating the enormous risk that we have now, particularly in the emerging markets, to allow for energy transition and climate finance to get done. It's going to require much more. And if we think that it's more of the same, we will never get there. And so I would take the step back and say, first and foremost, that the debt, the macro debt construct, the macro construct that we're dealing with in many of the countries that we're asking to transition is much, much worse. You pull back the curtain of Oz on the macro fundamentals now, And you can't throw DSSI type liquidity at this situation. Many countries, and every day more, have lost access to capital markets. And so what we're talking about in terms of how you mitigate risk to get capital to them has to be bolder, it has to be bigger. So we start with NDCs, and we all think of NDCs as a strategy to get there. When you start to say, okay, what are the projects that will get a country there and how do they fund them? We are almost bereft of the technical advice that is necessary to take a project concept from a ministerial level, looking at NDCs and get them to bankability. And so the speed and pace which we have to scale the technical advice from the official community and the private sector to allow for the platforms for that technical advice to take those projects and get them to the point where bankers can actually look at them with enough detail to determine how to structure them. We're not even talking about the problem of the financial engineering associated with blended finance. We're just talking about enough information of enough projects to get to the NDC to the point where bankers and financial people in this room and on this panel can actually make sense of what you would need to do to blend. And that is radically underinvested in. Next, I'd say that the tools to mitigate are not ambitious enough. And there are a couple of things that are very specific that jump to mind. The MDBs right now are not taking enough risk that is different from what the private sector can do, meaning that a lot of times I look at deals where the MDBs are in the room with a Citibank, with a BAML, with other banks, and they're almost pari passu. They're senior as well. They're sitting at a level that is not junior, that is not MES, that is not risk absorption capital. And so unless we change that fundamental paradigm, that doesn't mean just mobilizing more, although that's critical. It actually means mobilizing more with risk mitigation tools like MIGA. I mean, take MIGA. We need more MIGA type instruments that allow for PRI, breach of contract, non-honoring programs that can be deployed to the single B world. Because the single B world right now has no access and quite frankly just can't get there. So we're going to have to mitigate up to where the GFANS money is. And that is a blended and complicated process that will require more tools. Let me just say just a couple more quick words. There is a massive cacophony of official and private sector players that are trying to determine what is actually a Paris-aligned pathway of countries and projects such that people can finance around it knowing it's Paris-aligned. And we need the G20 and the official community to agree on platforms of a commonality that will opine on what is Paris aligned and where are projects as well as countries on that alignment pathway, such that the net zero committed private sector community can fund into it appropriately, and that countries know that they're on the pathway and that the development community and private sector can fund into it as well. I think that the collaboration that is necessary to take all of the resources of the MDBs and the private sector is still missing in the NDC development process, and we've got a lot of work to take all of this conditioned NDC commitments to work them out of the system. Obviously the JET-P process is a model that makes a lot of sense, but that will only be for a select number of countries. So I'll stop there and look forward to continuing the dialogue on the panel in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. So let's start the discussion. This is an open question for all speakers, online and offline. And so you mentioned, Mr. Said, You mentioned to experiment. I think that's a one way, one approach how we can work collaboratively and together with all stakeholders here. And so, how can we partner up? I guess for that, and in order to better mitigate the risks and also to seize the opportunity, but also have a equal responsibility based on your capabilities that the institution that you represent. How can we work together? So let's say in an emerging market like Indonesia. You can go ahead.
Start. You asked how do we have an equal responsibility. Mark Andre and I and the other audience were talking before this. We realized we were all reformed. There's a concept in law called joint and several responsibility, which means each of you owns all the responsibility. If there's 5 people, it's not split 20% each. Everybody's got 100%. So the first thing I'd say in this problem set, it's joint and several. Everybody owns it, everybody owns all of it. So that's point 1. Point 2, I think what we really need to do, and we are starting to do this, although the wheels of the train, they creak slowly at first. Take specific problems. Project prep. Go deep on project prep. Figure out the solution. Figure out 2 or 3 different solutions. Trial them. Scale what works, right? Energy decommissioning. We're doing that here. We're running one experiment with the government of Indonesia. Let's try a few. It's really, one of the challenges, I think, with the work of public sector organizations, because we're used to engaging at the policy level, is often our dialogue is at 80,000 feet. I read a book once from Henry Kissinger, and he made a comment about diplomacy. He said, diplomacy is deep in the trenches. When it gets written in the papers, it gets written at a narrative. It gets done deep, deep, deep granular. And our problems are granular and specific. We need to focus on the largest ones together, construct solutions, trial them, learn, experiment, scale.
Ms. Carr?
Thanks very much. I think on the topic of partnership, there are 2 things I will point to. So I think in GFANZ, and as Marc-Andre mentioned, COP26 was the first time that private finance came in numbers to this challenge. And they did come in numbers. Like our membership is huge. And there are lots of firms that aren't GFANZ members who are very active. And they're actually doing more, I think, than sometimes the public sector realizes to engage with climate challenges, to do transition planning, et cetera, et cetera. But what I have heard from some of the sort of more forward-leaning firms when they have undertaken transition planning, and I've said, well, how did it go down when you published your work? They said, oh yeah, we had lots of stakeholder interest, like lots of investors, shareholders, et cetera, got in touch. And I said, okay, how about your regulator? And they said, oh no, we didn't hear from them. I think the first area we need more partnership is that we've managed to get a big swathe of the global financial sector to say that it will strategically align with net zero, that they will put their balance sheets to work through time, not tomorrow, not next week, but through time, in line with the commitments governments have made at COP. And that is a massively powerful thing. But the private sector will go so far, but if there isn't engagement in what they're doing, I think they'll slow. And so I would really welcome it if the G20 could encourage the widespread adoption of transition planning in earnest by the private sector. And then the second point I wanted to make on collaboration is around this concept of platforms. Now, I think we have an expansive vision of what it is. So all of the things that have been mentioned today, I think we think are part of a successful platform. So the top-down ambition, the financing roadmap to work out how much finance is needed and how much is available and how can we make the best use of it. Because as others have mentioned, there is a challenge at the moment that we're sometimes spending public money on projects that could be privately financed or largely privately financed, and we just don't have that luxury. And then also we would see all the work to do upstream, downstream de-risking as part of a successful platform activity. So the work to prepare projects, the work to get the policy environment right, and the work to make sure that concessional finance is really doing as much as it can that there's enough risk taking, that we're thinking about innovative structures and so on, are all part of what we would see as a successful platform. And I think we would really welcome it if all of this could be brought together in a more concerted way at the G20 level, in an iterative manner, of course, because as everyone has said, we're learning by doing, so we don't want to ink this in today, tomorrow, but we do need to make sure that that the G20 is driving this in a sort of cross-cutting way, as well as taking forward, one or two or three specific platforms. Thanks.
Marc-Andre?
Well, I want to react a little bit to what was said before. A few things. I just want to give you an idea of the size. I mean, like I have an obsession when I hear, for example, I've heard we hear often, the developed world has promised $100 billion for the Paris Accord. To the emerging markets or some parts of the developing world, and I'm like, this is completely the wrong way of looking at it, because when people are talking about that, it's money contributed by countries, developed countries, from governmental money to some emerging parts of the emerging markets. I'm all in favor of that, but it's missing the point. Just think about Canada. Canada's portion of that is $2.5 billion. That's what we should have spent since, it depends sometimes if you listen to them, it's per year or since, but I know we've probably spent Canada's public governmental money, $5 billion in emerging market since 2016, since 2015, the signature of Paris Accord in December. Well, look at my fund. I'm a small fund. In the story, I probably spent at the same time invested more than $20 billion. Like if you're chasing the government of Canada on that in Canada, you're chasing the wrong partner. Like the pension funds, there are 8 pension funds like me in Canada. I'm the second largest CDPQ, but still. So the point is that this is the new way that we need to be thinking about. And this has been a problem. IFC at the World Bank, we're counting on IFC to resolve a lot of the private sector capital mobilization. It deploys $12 billion of new money a year in investments. We invest from $50 to $60 billion of new money every year. Only one institutional investors. Think about it. If Amazon was a country, its economy would be the size of Canada, a G7 economy. Like this is how the world needs to evolve, where we need to think. So I understand. I'm not saying that we should get rid of government. I have served proudly in the government of Canada for 5 years. I'm a big believer in the public service. But it's just we need the new kind of collaboration, and that is. And I want to salute Ahmed, because at the ADB, he's done a lot of good work to actually reach out to the private sector. And we need more of the Ahmed's philosophy of reaching out and doing some platforms. And as he said, we're going to try things that will fail. We need to accept that. And the institutional investors need to understand that, you know what, it may take more time than we're used to. One last point that's one point that I actually keep telling governments and the G20 countries. Never forget if you want to know the way we work as institutional investors, and we will not be able to change it soon, is it's bottom up. The way we invest is bottom up. If you want to kill an investment at CDPQ, say it comes from Marc-André Blanchard or the group CEO, Charles Lemont. You want to make sure it will not happen, okay? But if it's an idea that comes from the asset classes, then it's very powerful. And the good thing is that the most innovative stuff we've done at CDPQ has come through the ranks of the investors themselves. I'll give you one example. We're trying to put together one of the most innovative financing platform that has existed. It's with Mitsubishi, It's a $1.2 billion platform for investment in infrastructure, in adaptation infrastructure, in 25 low-income and lower middle-income countries. Indonesia, we've invited Indonesia. We're in discussion with the government of Indonesia to be one of our partners and one of our countries of focus. And it's a partnership with Mitsubishi, CDPQ, the Green Climate Fund, FinDev Canada, the Government of Canada, Rockefeller, many others. But that just shows you how many people and how many partners it takes to actually make things happen, to actually finance things that are difficult to finance, like seawalls, waste management, water treatment. But those are the things we need for the transition. Those are the things we need to get to net zero and to actually be a sustainable world. So this is, and will we succeed? I don't know yet. It's too early to tell. A lot of people have said to me, don't talk about it publicly because it may not see the day. Well, I'm saying we need to talk about it publicly because we need people to think about this kind of things, that what is the thinking that is happening and how differently it is. You know, think about it. 10 years ago in my institution, we were buying stocks, buying bonds, and a little bit of infrastructure. And we had lots of real estate. That was basically it. Think about it. From buying stocks to actually putting these platforms together, it's a world of difference. And it takes way different skills than we used to have. So we're going to have engineers part of our staff. And we're going to have, it's a massive shift in the way we do business. But we're excited to do that. You should have seen, and I'll finish on that. It's one of the most exciting initiatives that has been felt by the board members of my institution to talk about just the platform I've talked to you about. And it's tough, and we still don't know if we're going to get there. But we'll try. We'll keep trying until one works, and I think it's the way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Marc-Andre. I hope everyone shared your views and your optimism. Let's hear from Mr. Collins and Mr. Harford. How can we collaborate together?
Great. I think that means that I should go next. So a couple of specific things. So one is the market participants that are represented, here today have become very outcome focused. And as long as we can align around outcomes, we can bundle finance, loan or bond product with appropriate mitigation tools around those outcomes. That is very much the secret to allowing to bridge the gap in the NDCs of what is committed versus where we need to go, market by market. And I would just say that if you just to steal from Ahmed's comments on the Kissingerian devil in the details of diplomacy, which I fully agree with, is one, you've got to get in the trenches in these projects, project by project. And the way you do that is that partnership at the country level and looking at the most significant projects and how you get them done. The project preparation, which we've talked about, but also the structuring of these projects. And that requires a collaborative level, not to just happen at the policy level that are in the room today, but at a country by country level. Second is, I think Marc-Andre has hit on something that is critical, not just for the CDPQ fund, but overall. If we're trying to blend at the 20, 50, $100 million level, we will fail. We will never mobilize the trillions that have to happen here. So what does that mean? It means we have to be more creative in terms of portfolios, programs, vehicles, and funds, facilities. So think that if you have to send bank resources and structuring resources into single B countries, double B countries in Africa, every time you do 50 million, to do what is essentially an alchemy, right? It requires, we're talking about multiple layers of capital structuring, some of the most sophisticated financial thought processes in the world that require a level of resource that is typically done to scale. Unless we can raise that above the project level to a programmatic level, a vehicle level, a fund level, such that it can be scaled at speed, then we just can't get enough deployed fast enough. And so that type of innovation that Marc-Andre talked about is and will be absolutely critical for what we're talking about. We also have a lack of ambition in the ODA world to a target to blend. Now, I don't know whether that should be an increased absolute ODA number that's incremental, or whether it's a mandate from the G20 to say double or triple the amount that's blended. But unless the ODA community is committed to put the layer of first loss risk capital into structures at more scale, and to put resources that are necessary and very different from grant giving mechanisms into these structures, then we just won't have enough of that absorption layer. Now, granted, organizations like Simon's that come into the room with both financial innovation capacity, but also the ability to take risk differently are fundamental to this success. There's just not enough of that yet. And so we will have to be, the G20 will have to be more ambitious there. And then I would just say one more thing as we look at what was seen in COP26 of an over focus on mitigation and a need to focus on adaptation. Adaptation is harder, but adaptation is not actually just about the public sector, as some claim. If we look at this current food crisis, water, agriculture, food, that's an adaptation space, right? And there are large players in that space in the private sector. And as we look at this evolving and growing food crisis, we're going to need to be smarter, not just about the public sector tools, but of bringing, like we did with COVID, with the pharmaceutical players, in pulling together an incredibly focused effort of private and public collaboration to deploy a response. In the food crisis, it is an adaptation space. It is not just the domain of the public sector, and the private sector is going to have to be embraced if we're going to get to the kind of bold solutions that will be necessary to respond to this current food crisis. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Mr. Harvard.
Yes, thank you. Let me pick up on what previous colleagues have said. Ahmed talked about being granular, and we've all talked about let's get on an experiment, because I think intellectually we know what needs to be done. We've got on this panel the right blend: private sector, development, multilateral finance, and philanthropy. So let me give some really granular examples of what we, with philanthropy money, are seeking to do to get on and act, to take risks and to experiment, drawing from what we're doing elsewhere in the world. Because I'm also very struck by how Indonesia, the Indonesian government, is wanting action. There's a desire to get on and move, and I think that's absolutely right. So let me just give you some illustrations for the themes we've been talking about. First of all, I talked earlier about the need to have a plan. We see strongly, we're working closely with South Africa about creating a coordinated plan, because to flow capital, as others have talked about, there's got to be a clear use of funds. There's got to be the sequencing of the enablers, as Jay put it, turning sort of ministerial government intent and ideas into bankable projects. That is straight project management and sequencing of what are the enablers, what's the policy required, where are the renewable projects required, what's going on with transmission. That there are known answers to that. There are plenty of countries around the world that have done that and actually no longer need MEGA. It's fully willing buyer, willing seller, private sector, commercial. So when you break it down into its constituent parts and you sequencing it in a plan, and each entity plays to their strengths, the government does the enabling and policy making work, private sector capital is absolutely there. It's clear what needs to be done. So that is very doable in our view. So we are spending money now with the South African government to help their capacity to do that planning, that holistic planning, that coordination that will then create the unlock and the roadmap for private sector capital in the renewable space. Secondly, I'm going to talk again about the just bit of it and jobs. South Africa, quite understandably, like Indonesia, like all countries, are worried about the job implication. So we are running pilots with the utility in South Africa for the first plants that are going to be closed down. And we are funding pilots for what is the reskilling required to try and protect jobs, not just the direct jobs, but the community ripple effect on livelihoods. And it's not just about reskilling. You've got to start with the demand side. Where are the new jobs? Because you don't know what you're reskilling to until you've sorted out the new jobs. And they're probably going to be in different geographical locations. So we're spending money now, which has to be philanthropic, in our view, on that analysis in conjunction with the local communities and the subnational government. Where are the new jobs? What's the pathway to create them? And then what's the reskilling roadmap from here to there? Thirdly, again, on the just side, I'm going to pick up what Marc-Andre talked about on venture capital. There's absolutely the need for large-scale capital to build up the renewable sector to replace fossil fuel. Absolutely right. But we also see a hugely crucial need for smaller scale capital to address energy access. A lot of that will be off-grid. And it's not just about the connectivity, it's about the affordability, it's the reliability. That's the only way that actually one can develop off access to power with livelihoods and women's empowerment and health and education, all the other necessary components. So we are putting our money into stimulating private sector solutions for energy access and affordable access. That's much smaller scale money. It's not as exciting in terms of the figures, but it's fundamental to getting energy access working, especially off-grid in remote areas, small islands and remote communities and rural communities. So that's smaller scale, private developers, venture capital, working capital. It's sorting out local currency, and it's all much below the radar screen, but fundamentally important. So let me hand back to others, but I wanted to give some really concrete examples of this is happening and it can be done, and we can all come together to actually act.
Right. So we noticed that there is an urgency and we have the opportunity right now. But as we all know that this year's G20 comes at a very interesting time, to say the least. And I would say maybe there's a shift of needs in developed countries, also in emerging countries and developing countries. So how can we use this momentum? We have a shared views. We also see there's an opportunity growing. So how can we move on and then use this opportunity at a very uncertain time? I'd like to start with our online speakers first and then continue with our offline speakers here. So I guess Mr. Collins, you can go ahead. Just a very short conclusion remark for this. Mr. Collins, you can go ahead, and then Mr. Harvard, you can continue.
Great, thank you. Let me just say a couple of things that I don't think have fully been said. One is that we are in the process, the world is in the process of mandating financial disclosures on energy transition pathways all the way through to scope 3. And as a policy matter for the G20 and for many, understanding the implications of this for the emerging markets will be absolutely critical, not just in terms of what that will mean for the flow of capital to the emerging markets and the rating agency implications, but across the board for what it will mean for supply chains. And I would just say that as we look at how important SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses around the world, but particularly in the emerging markets, will be to job creation. Starting to anticipate what the global realignment of scope 3 mandated disclosures and implementation around that will mean for the emerging markets is definitely going to require much more work. Next is we have a fundamental need to accelerate the early retirement of hard to abate industries around the world, and the sectoral approach as we look fundamentally at some of the harder to abate industries. That methodology will be critical, but one of the things that is clear is, as is the case with coal, that the private sector will need to participate in the energy transition mechanisms. And right now, the net zero committed institutions, whether they're corporates, whether they're banks, or whether they're institutional investors, the single most committed net zero private sector participants cannot step up right now and step into the vehicles to help with that early retirement. And that is a policy issue for the G20. It's a policy issue for the G7. And fundamentally, it means to create a mechanism that the world can agree upon and that boards of those private sector institutions can agree upon, that allows for an accreditation, an incentivized mechanism, a net scoring mechanism that allows for the constructive private sector to step in and help facilitate that. Because the models that are happening now in the world, and think of Poland and elsewhere, where essentially we're creating good and bad bank models, where governments are just taking coal assets, hard to abate, bad brown assets out of entities and holding them alone. That's not enough. And the private sector has to be incentivized to participate in these energy transition mechanisms. And unless we start to focus on that, it just won't happen fast enough. So I'll stop there with those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harford. I guess I give 1 minute each. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My summary is, I think this is really exciting. Indonesia is so clearly wanting to get on and act and to play the part that they as the government must do. We can work together to assist with that roadmap, the sequencing, the pilots. Let's get on and start an experiment. That's known, and there are clearly things that collectively can be done. We from philanthropy are ready to spend our money, take risk, and help with those pilots and those proof points. And I'm just super excited. We've got the ADB, we've got Citi, we've got CDPQ, we've got GFANS. We've got the people in the room right now who can get on and test and pilot and take steps forward. It's very exciting.
Ms. Connor, what would you like the G20 to do next?
Thanks very much. I was just going to say, I mean, I'm a strong believer in multilateral coordination, cooperation. And I think the G20 exists to deal with these kinds of challenges that we've talked about today. So I would just urge continued efforts to kind of do this in a collective way that brings together advanced and emerging markets to a greater extent, and that additionally leverages the private sector as is the focus of this panel. And I would just mention that, you know, of course, as Jay noted, we need the private sector to do some quite tricky things. And I would say that in GFANS, we are trying to push them into this space, and we have a framework for managed phase out of high carbon emitting assets. And I think we just, you know, we need to work together on these solutions and make them a reality, because we're really dealing with a very tricky dynamic. But as mentioned, this is what the G20 is for. So I've got full confidence that under the Indonesian leadership, we'll make some good progress on that over the rest of the year. Thanks.
Mr. Said?
Thank you. Just 3 things really quickly. First, I really want to thank my fellow panelists. I actually learned a lot, and I got a lot of food for thought from today's conversation. Second, I just want to agree with what Marc-Andre said. When you're chasing the $100 billion, you're talking to the wrong people. And that, ADB's numbers for clean infrastructure need alone annually, emerging Asia, $1.7 trillion. One part of the world, one part of the problem. $100 billion is irrelevant, is the honest truth. And the last thing is, I just want to leave you with a success story. We've been talking about coal decommissioning. A few months ago, the Ayala Corporation in the Philippines took a 330 megawatt coal-fired power project. It extended the maturity of the loans. It brought down the cost of borrowing through a parent company guarantee of some of the risk. And rather than taking that value and putting it in their pocket, they said, we're going to shut this plant down 15 years early. And so I think these things are possible. Everybody took pain. The banks took pain, the sponsor took pain. But it was done. And as Jay said, unless we build a system of rules that allow these sorts of things to be replicated and aren't artificially constraining and simplistic, we're not going to be able to scale things like that. But good things are happening. There are, points of light that we can point to. Thank you.
Mr. Macandre.
And, well, thank you. And I'll just say, I'll be nationalist or very proud, patriotic about the G20 was put together a lot because of Canada. And really, it was an initiative pushed by the Minister of Finance of the time. His name was Paul Martin. He became Prime Minister. At the time, it was around the financial crisis, a lot. And it is actually, I think, one of the most relevant forums we have now. Because all of the people that actually can make a difference or could make a difference in a very direct way are around the table from a governmental perspective. I'm just telling to the G7 leaders, if I may so in all humility, this is not what we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve, as Jay said and as others, we're taking the world from the verge of unsustainability in a context of war, inflation, and climate challenges that are without precedent. So we actually need to actually do things differently. If we keep doing things the same way we've been doing since, let's say, 2015, when we all agreed upon the Paris Accord and the SDGs, and you look at it 6-7 years later, the money has not moved. So we have to do things differently. And the G20 leaders need to understand it. And I actually believe that as tough that this situation is, it is, look at what we've been through in recent years with COVID. We found solutions quickly. It was done between governments and the private sector to find those vaccines. It's going to be the same thing for what we're facing now. And I'll also be a bit patriotic and a bit on one side to argue. We're facing a war in Ukraine. If this brutal, illegal act ceased, and if we get to a conclusion quickly, that country will need a lot of innovation. And we could do things, we could also use that opportunity to do things very differently, and that would also be helpful for the rest of the world. And let's not underestimate that as well. So we have lots of work to do, but I see a lot of good things that could happen, but we all need to agree to do things differently.
Do things differently, and the time is now because the planet won't wait, and it's time to have a more sustainable finance for a smoother climate transition that is affordable, just, and fair for all. Thank you very much for all speakers. Please give a round of applause to our speakers online and offline. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor back to our MC.
Thank you very much, Ibu Andini, and all the distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again, please big round of applause for all the speakers. Excellencies, speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Following to the next agenda is the Roundtable 3, or the Session 3, which will discuss energy industry role in the transitions. This discussion aims to highlight the need for giving the picture to the financial institutions on how the project need financial supports. And to lead the discussion, I'd like to invite Mrs. Serena Ong, Deputy Director, Global Issues and Governance, G7, G20, OECD, Her Majesty's Treasury. Please give a round of applause for Mrs. Serena. Mrs. Serena, I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Is that working? Is that working? It is now. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to now invite my guests to come to the floor. So this is the session on the role of the energy industry in transition. So can I please ask Ibu Nika Widiarti to come to the floor, please? Can I also ask Pak Damwan Prasojo to come to the floor, please? Pak Ahmad Yuniato? Please come and sit down. Good to meet you. And I think we have Danechian online. Can I just confirm we have Danny online?
Yes. Got it.
Fantastic, thank you. So we've heard from the previous sessions. I think there's some very interesting discussions. So from my perspective, if you'd allow me to take the floor for a few seconds as the moderator. So the UK hosted COP26 in Glasgow last year, and a lot of the key kind of announcements for us as the UK Treasury were on Finance Day, where we did see the private sector, financial institutions attend at scale, as well as ministries of finance for the first time. And that was really important to us because coming together of the public, private, and government finance is really key to financing a transition for all. And I thought the discussions earlier on, in particular, the role of country platforms and how they can support the coordination and discussions that need to occur, and the sort of learning by doing that we've heard are really key. I also wanted to highlight that the themes from the private sector in terms of the scale, accessibility, extremely important. And as a participant on the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, the agenda and Indonesia's priorities are very much key in terms of the importance of transition planning and providing those frameworks, in terms of increasing accessibility, particularly for SMEs, and finally, the importance of the regulatory and policy frameworks. So they all need to work together to build sustainable finance with climate transition at scale. So firstly, I'm going to turn to our speakers to allow them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their own experience. And it's a real opportunity for the companies to really help us understand what they need, what they're looking for, and what they see as the key barriers. So first, can I turn to Ibu Nika, please?
Thank you. It's a great honor for Pertamina to have an opportunity to take part in a very precious event, the Roundtable discussion without Roundtable, as a side event of G20. So I will try to share the views from business sectors, and there is two agenda. First is how Pertamina, as an energy company, especially in oil and gas company, implement climate transition. And also the second agenda from the B20 task force, especially on energy, climate, and sustainability, views on how sustainable finance take a strategic role on energy transition agenda. So let me start with Pertamina. Pertamina is a state-owned enterprise that now is manage the integrated oil and gas and also geothermal business from upstream, midstream, and downstream. So we serve all the needs of the community demand and also industrial demand of oil and gas. And we also provide geothermal. If we discuss about the energy sectors, currently we have three main issues and become a three main agenda that have to tackle proportionally. The first agenda is climate issue or climate transition. How we transform the oil and gas company, which is the fossil fuel energy, toward the new and renewable energy. And the second objective, how we keep maintaining energy security for national demand. And the third is affordability. For Indonesia as a developing country, the second and third agenda, affordability and also the energy security, maybe now it's become a first priority, but it shouldn't jeopardizing the climate transition. So that's why Pertamina put the energy agenda, especially in climate transition, become the first, also in first priority. So that's why we manage the company in ESG platform. So can we share the presentation, please? So our ambition is to be a leading energy company that have three positioning. First is environmentally friendly company. The second is socially responsible company. And third is the good governance company. Okay, slides. And for all the roadmap, we put and set 10 sustainability focus agenda, each related to the SDG and have primary target. And for the last 10 years, we try to put all the strategy, especially in environment and social. And we now rating by Sustainalytics for 2020 and put Pertamina in the 15th rank in the industrial rank and also the sub-industry in the 8th rank. Next slide. So this is our achievement for the last 10 years. We successfully reduced the CO2 emission around 6.8 million metric ton CO2, and it will contributed by mostly from our oil refinery and upstream asset. We implement the flare gas recovery system that utilize the flaring gas to become additional energy fuel and also to supply to the customer. And we also implement the energy efficiency upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as fuel gasification and other activity in our geothermal asset. Next slide. So to encourage the growth of new and renewable energy, we have three business pillars. Why? Since we also understand that energy security have to be keep maintained. So that's why the first pillar is low carbon solution. We still manage and produce the oil and gas energy, but we will implement the green operation. So we will do in different way. We implement the decarbonization program as well as natural-based solution. So we start this initiative last year. And the second pillar is new and renewable energy. We start to produce the green hydrogen from our geothermal asset. My colleague from Pertamina Geothermal will explain more detail about this one. And we also produce the gray hydrogen from Pertamina refinery. And we have a plan to produce the green hydrogen from electrolysis, both from solar or hydropower. And this is also the most important program of Indonesia is bioenergy. We start B30 of our gas oil. We call it biosolar and reduce the carbon emission around 20 million metric ton per year. And therefore, we will revamp our old refinery, become green refinery that produce the HVO, 100% produced from palm oil. In some area, Pelaju, Dumai, Cilacap, and also in Balongan. And we will produce also biogasoline, blending the gasoline with the bioethanol and methanol. It will also reducing a lot of carbon emission in the future. And now we also produce the sustainable aviation fuel. It's also good, I mean, to reduce carbon emission also. And the third business pillar is future business. Together with PLN and also MindID, we develop EV battery ecosystem that produce EV battery starting from upstream to downstream, as well as we provide the charging station and swapping station in our gas station. And we also start carbon market with internal and interstate-on enterprise mechanism. And this is also our future business is CCUS. We have, I mean, Indonesia have a very huge capacity in reservoir to inject the carbon to the ground. And we just finished identify the storage capacity in 3 basins, and the capacity is very huge, 2 billion metric ton CO2. It is very good for Indonesia for the future. Next slide. So this is the investment. I mean, this investment requirement for the next 5 years. The budget allocation for development of new and renewable energy is around 15 billion US dollar. Around 14%, and it's higher than average investment in other IOC. It's around, for NR, is around 4%. So this is a very ambitious target. We will increase our new and renewable mix in our energy production from 1% to 17%. We understand that the contribution or composition of oil in our Indonesia energy mix will be reducing. Now it's around 32%. It will be reduced by 2050. It's maximum 20%. It's included petrochemical, not just fuel, but also petrochemical. And the composition for new renewable energy will be increased to more than 30%. Next. There is a supporting driver. We know that it's a challenge how the oil and gas company transform itself to the new and renewable company. There is 3 challenges. First is technology, and also economic feasibility and access and infrastructure. For the first and second challenge, we need collaboration and support for the developed country. Since now the technology still started the cost of new and renewable energy is still quite higher than fossil energy. But we believe that the development of technology will be reducing the cost of capital. And also the economic feasibility. So that's why we need a financial support. We know that the investment of new renewable energy need a huge capital. So that's why the competitive financial pricing and term is become crucial to accelerate the energy transition in Indonesia. Next. And then let me share just a summary of policy recommendation from B20 Task Force Energy Sustainability and Climate, that there is 3 factors of action that we will propose to G20 leaders. The first is how to accelerate the sustainable energy use. And a second is very important, especially for developing country, how to ensure a just and affordable transition. And the third is enhancing energy security. Next slide. So how the financial sustainable finance could be accelerate these 3 agenda. For accelerating sustainable energy use, we also need a participation from the community, from all people, how to make energy conservation, to saving the energy. And also Pak Darmawan, my colleague, will also explain how to pace down coal power plant, and also how to mitigate for hard to abate sectors. We have a solution such like CCUS, maybe another solution will be implemented. And this is very, very important. We have to push forward the ease of financing flow from developed country to developing country. And also we have to ensuring a just and affordable transition, especially for small and medium enterprise during the transition. You know that the small and medium enterprise have a very significant role in economic. 50% of 50% of state small and medium enterprise have a very significant role how to increase the economy in Indonesia. And also we have the third agenda is energy security. Next slide. So this is a detail. I mean, just a few points from first agenda is accelerating sustainable energy use, and to progressively introduce easy doing of financial flow to developing country. We need incentive, green incentive as a policy, and also how the global can make a coordination and harmonizing the financial taxonomy is very important also. And we also support the International Sustainability Standard Board to introduce a standard as a baseline, a global sustainability. So this is our first policy recommendation and also policy action. Next. Also, the recommendation ensure just and affordable transition. We focus on small and medium enterprise, especially on how they can get the access of the green energy, and also the government have to set the policy to provide financial and fiscal incentive for them to accelerate the energy transition, and also foster funding option from private and public institution. And this also very important, how to upskilling the skill set of small and medium enterprise. We need a technology transfer, we need a knowledge transfer from the developed country. And multi-institutional collaboration program is very important, especially for capacity building and also the funding program. Okay, the last slide, and enhancing energy security. How we make an accessibility to the green energy. deployment of integrated electricity access solution and also of grid is become a main agenda of PLN, I believe, and also the adoption of technology for household and for small medium enterprise. And the last, and the broad basing of transition. This is all our summary of the from the B20, our task force, and I will close the presentation and hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That's very, very interesting. Should we just move on to Pak Damram Prasojo? You talk a little bit about the challenges you're facing and what you're seeing from financial investors.
Thank you so much, distinguished speakers, Bu Serina, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The earth is warming. We need to do something. We need to ensure that the next generation is better than ours. Better water quality, better air quality, better food production, better health and well-being. And how are we going to move forward? By reducing CO2 emission. PLN is the national electric company, and we are here announcing that we are fully committed exactly to do so. I spent almost 17 years in the US. I used to work in the environmental sectors, working with WWF, combating climate change, and here I am, becoming the Darth Vader, CEO of PLN, own and operate among the largest coal-fired power plants in the entire world. Considering the challenge, this is a very complex issue, but there is only one direction, which is moving forward. Today, we are facing a dilemma. If we want cheap energy, it's dirty. If we want clean energy, it's expensive. But let me share with you this fact. 2015, when we auctioned solar energy, it was 25 cents. 2017, it was already 10 cents. Only a couple months ago, we auctioned it. It's diminishing to become only 3.5 cents. Battery energy storage system is going to be a very important part to combat climate change. 2015, it was 45 cents. Today, it's cheap, it's not cheap, it's 11 cents. But can you imagine, in the span of 6 or 7 years, it is a reduction of 80%. If the trend going to continue, 2026, 2027, the price of battery energy storage system is going to become only 3 or 4 cents. What I'm trying to share here, we humankind fight. We humankind trying to reclaim our right to survive. How are we going to do this? Humankind innovates. The price of renewable energy is going down year by year, month by month, week by week, day by day. If the dilemma is not being solved, I'm sorry to say, it's not going to be sustainable transition of energy. The additional of renewable energy is going to add unnecessary burden to the state budget. In that very state budget, there is allocation of fiscal for the stunting, eradication of poverty, education for the poor. It's not going to be sustainable. But we still believe that humankind will prevail. We have a strong hope here that renewable energy is going to be able to compete compared to fossil fuel in terms of technical, in terms of systems, in terms of commercial, in terms of economics, in such a way, if we want to procure cheap, sustainable energy, then the condition imposed upon us, we have to choose renewable energy. And that's the only way to move forward if we're talking about just transition, sustainable transition. If we want to ensure that the future generations is going to survive. Last year, 18 billion tons of surface mass in Greenland actually melting. And it's enough to cover the entire state of Florida with 5 centimeters of water. The trend has to be reversed. Today, PLN's electric ecosystem in Indonesia emits roughly 280 million metric tons of CO2 annually. The demand growth is roughly 5%. Today's system is 265 terawatt hour. Fast forward to 2060, it's going to increase to 1,800 terawatt hour with total emission of roughly 1 billion metric tons of CO2 annually. Fourfold. Business as usual. Are we going to succumb to the situations or are we going to prevail? We're not going to stop over there. We do a transition of energy. Only at the end of last year, we released a new national electricity planning. In that planning, we already removed 2 gigawatts of additional coal in the planning stage. We replaced 1.1 gigawatt of coal, replacing it with renewable energy as a base load, operating 24 hours a day. In the short term, I said enough is not enough. We revised the national electricity planning in such a way, from today until 2060, 51.6% of the energy mix of that national electricity planning additional capacity is coming from renewable energy. I said enough? No, it's not enough. We also announced carbon neutral emission by 2060. I said enough, it's not enough. There is a long list of power plants, thermal power plants, on the list in the pipeline that is going to enter our system in the next 5 years. Already in the process, commissioning date is already right there. Even in that situation, we remove more. Last month, I sent a letter canceling power purchase agreement 1.4 gigawatt of coal, even though the PPA is already there. 1 year earlier, we negotiated with the independent power producer, in which the PPA cannot be terminated. It's going to run indefinitely, even though they're not having a financial closing yet. We changed the PPA. We put a hard date when we saw the opportunity in which we show if there is any legal battle, we are winning. We took the chance. Said enough is not enough. We have to do more. We put 10 gigawatt of our coal into the energy transition mechanism platform. Last year, I was having a discussion with the Chief of Fiscal Policy Agency, Dr. Fabrio, over there. How are we going to move forward? Pak Fabio came up with a scheme. Pak Edwin here also came up with a scheme. Who Nawal Nelly is over there. If we come up with low cost of funding, injected our coal into our coal power plant, we're going to expedite the process of payback. Some of our coal previously is going to be retired by 2044. But with this kind of scheme, we privatize the coal, but it's going to be acquired by some kind of entity with the noble aspirations to avoid CO2 emissions. We saw a possibly the light at the end of the tunnel. Low cost of fund. The idea is like this. How can we make this is commercially viable? It's not a brand. Pak Fabio asked me, how much are you willing to give the margin? I said like 3, 4, 5%. It's good enough. What is the cost of fund? 3%, maybe less. We did the modeling. Voila. Before those coal-fired power plants supposedly to be retired by 2044. Then we have the chance to retire 10 years earlier by 2030. That's what we call the energy transition mechanisms. We had a lengthy discussion with the Asian Development Bank, with the World Bank, and then the leadership coming from Bu Sri Mulyani coming along, from Pak Arifin Tasrif, from Pak Luhut. It's becoming a country platform. We need to revise the policy. We do. Because it's going to be slightly going to increase the levelized cost of electricity. Yes, it will, a bit. There's a portion coming from the Ministry of Finance that they have to sustain. Yes, there is a sacrifice coming from the government. We need to marshal the world in such a way, philanthropy, private investors is going to come along. This is a global climate change. It's a global problem. 1 ton emission of CO2 in Indonesia is the same damage with the 1 ton CO2 emission emitted in Washington, D.C., in Tokyo, in Paris, all over the world. This has to be a global effort. Are we going to succeed? Giving our best. If we do this in a fragmented way, certainly we're going to fail. But if we do it in a unified way, we might have a chance. Why are we here today? We are here with one purpose of all, to ensure that the earth is going to survive. Today, the size of electricity in Indonesia is roughly 60 gigawatt. But the market demand increasing very rapid. 2060 is roughly 400 gigawatt. And mostly coming from renewable energy. We need additional investment, roughly 500, 600 billion US dollars. How are we going to do the just transition? Yes, we do a transition of energy, but in the same time, we have to accelerate growth, we have to eradicate poverty, we have to create jobs. And the only way to move forward like that, if we can build our national capacity. This is our chance of resurgence of Indonesia, in which we're going to embrace this not only as a challenge, but as an opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Are we going to succeed? Looking all of the fighting spirit, I'm sure we're going to succeed. And we understand PLN understand the only way to move forward is not going to do this alone. But the only way to move forward is through collaborations. Collaboration of policy, collaboration of strategy, collaboration of technology, innovations, investment, domestic, regional, international. Again, we emphasize this is a global problem. We are facing the possibility of total annihilations. It has to be a unified effort with global communities. We need to marshal the world in which every single challenge can be turned into opportunity. Can you imagine like this? Let's revisit the price of renewable energy. It's getting very competitive. Today, if we install solar energy, it's going to be intermittent. We want to have the solar energy as a base load. We have to install large-scale battery, which is, the cost is very prohibitive. Can you imagine 5 years from today, if the price of battery energy storage system is only 3 or 4 cents? Generation cost, 3 cents. Battery energy storage system, 3 cents. Total cost, 6 cents. While the electricity coming from coal is 6, 7 cents. So it's going to be very competitive. Are we going to be able to achieve this? Let's see. But I'm having a very strong conviction together we can. So in that regard, I sincerely appreciate this platform. Sustainable finance for climate transitions is the way to move forward. Our country platform of Indonesia is not hosted only by PLN, hosted by the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Mineral and Resources, Ministry of BUMN, State-owned Enterprise, Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, etc., etc., Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, private investors, green finance, talking about global effort. So we need support. I'm here to share. The spirit is right there. The challenge is right there. I have to admit, this is multiple conflicting goals. Yes. We want it cheap, we want it quick, we want to reduce emissions. But we will overcome. Today, PLN main job is to provide the electricity, as we do. But we are changing. Previously, the fluctuation is only on the demand side. Because of this renewable energy entering our system, the fluctuation is also on the supply side. We're digitizing our power plant, we're digitizing our transmission, digitizing our control room, the distributions, to adapt to the new challenge. And we are doing it so. We invest in a lot of things of technology to ensure we are ready to do a transition of energy. So, in the future, our main job is not only providing electricity to take care of the environment. What is electricity? Is our byproduct. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Pak Ahmad Yuniarto to introduce your business.
Serina, thank you. Distinguished speaker, Ibu Nika, Bapak Darmo, and Dani. Talking about sustainability, I can't help to cast my mind back around 2012 in the very same place. Indonesia, as one of the co-leaders in the high-level panel, to formulate what now we know it as Sustainable Development Goal. Some of you in this room were part of that panel as well. And now today we are talking the continuation of it, which is the energy transitions or climate transitions. Sustainability, energy transitions is a wicked problem. It's a grand challenge that no one party could claim that they could solve it. Or even it could be asymptomatic, because we might not be able to meet it, but we're just making continuous effort to approach it. And a wicked problem requires participation of all parties, requires partnership. Hence, it's very, very interesting to follow the discussion on the previous panels on how to form a workable, practical partnerships to chip into this grand challenge that we all face today. We at Pertamina Geothermal Energy is committed to be part of a global partnership in chipping in achieving what we would like to achieve in transitioning from one energy system into more sustainable, renewable energy systems that will contribute in arresting the global warming. Pertamina Geothermal Energy is a subsidiary of Pertamina, as Ibu Nika has already explained, and we are actually one of the largest geothermal developers in the world. So currently, we are every day generating 1.8 gigawatt of baseload renewable. 672 megawatt of it is a direct operations, and 1.2 gigawatt that we operate through joint operations with our operating partners. Pak Darmo mentioned on the National Electricity Generation Master Plan, the latest one that was dubbed the greenest one. And in that master plan, it calls for an additions, open up space for an additions of 3.3 gigawatt of new geothermal power generations installed capacity. And that 3.3 gigawatt of new installed capacity, we are talking about in the north of $20 billion new investment. And out of the 3.3 gigawatt of new installed capacity that being called to accelerate the energy transition in Indonesia, Pertamina Geothermal Energy is committed to add midterm additional 600 megawatt. And what is interesting is that the 600 megawatt to be added for the next 5 years is taking into account the financial risk associated with the development of geothermal resources. The Pertamina Geothermal Energy adopt specific approach of co-development and co-generations, and at the same time hitting few points, not only just renewable energy generations to contribute for energy transitions, but it's also reducing emissions from the efficiencies, because now we are tapping into a waste heat that was previously unusable, and now to generate incremental megawatts at much more cost-effective manners. But not only that, when we are talking about the futures, we at Pertamina Geothermal Energy sees that our contributions is not only in renewable electricity generations, but it's also in being a very active catalyst for decarbonizations. And hence, we have to think of a way in expanding the value of geothermal resources that we have here in Indonesia beyond direct renewable electricity. How can we also contribute towards carbon abatement of other sectors? And hence, we are exploring in producing green feedstock out of geothermal resources. the like of green hydrogens that Ibu Nika has already mentioned. We are exploring ways of producing green ammonia, for example, or green methanol. And this is an effort in optimizing the value of indigenous resources that we have abundant in Indonesia, which is the geothermal resources. And we believe that an effective energy transitions for a country has to fit the context and has to use as much as possible indigenous energy resources that is in that country. And for that, for Indonesia, geothermal resources is one of the indigenous resources. And why it has to be geothermal? Because Indonesia is blessed with abundance of potential geothermal resources. And Indonesia can be a global geothermal powerhouse. And at the same time, when we develop geothermal resources for Indonesia, it is also enhancing the energy security for Indonesia. So that's one of the reasons why geothermal becoming very, very strategic within the context of energy transitions, contextually for Indonesia. As connected to the sustainable finance, it is very, very important that the development of renewable energy resources is also being conducted in a fair partnerships between developers and also financial sectors. For the very reasons, there are additional value opportunities beyond direct commercial values. We are talking about the cost of capital here. We are talking about huge capital required to develop the resources. When we say that we are going to develop 600 megawatt for the next 5 years, Pertamina Geothermal Energy calculates that we need at least $2.2 billion of capital. And this is already in a cost-effective manner, because when we develop 600 megawatt in a conventional manner, from greenfield, 100% from greenfield, at least it's going to take to the north of $4 billion. So that is our real effort, and hopefully contributing towards a energy transition, toward development of renewable resources that is also cost-effective. And when we could implement that co-development and co-generation and perhaps also co-processing, it is becoming much more interesting partnership space, because from the cost of generations, it will help to bring the levelized cost of electricity from geothermal resources to be much lower than the previous period with all conventional developments. But it's also, when we facilitated that development, we also create an opportunity for those small and medium enterprises and a local economic development, because it is also real. Today, for example, we have a real work with potato farmer in West Java, and a certain smart applications and creative application of a geothermal steam is actually multiplying the yield of the potato. We work with the youth in Lampung and supporting them in learning about coffee, how to nurture it, how to plant it, and most importantly, post-harvest production processes and marketing. And the business flourish. They export the coffee. And one of the unintended impact for supporting a fair access and inclusions for everyone is that through the economic activity based on the local resources as well, coffee, they could free themselves from loan shark. So the way we see it, that is a real impact as well. You know, one thing is generating renewable electricity, but how can we, at the same time, when we generate the renewable electricity, we also create a positive change in the local community in a sustainable way. And for us as well, to facilitate the partnership with financial sectors, we prepare ourselves to be a credible and accountable partner as well through ESG framework. And we have gone through a process of assessment with a global institutions in ESG accreditations, Sustainalytics. And Pertamina Geothermal Energy is assessed to have negligible risk with ESG rating of 5.2, which is the lowest in utility sector group globally. And that is a real effort that we invest, not only in generating renewable electricity, in contributing toward decarbonization efforts, not only in Indonesia, but also globally, to contribute toward the achievement of net zero emissions by 2060 in Indonesia, but it's also in continually strengthening the core capability, including strengthening our core capability in implementing and delivering impact through ESG framework. We are ready to partner. Are you? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Ahmad. So we've heard about the large portfolio of Pertamina, the role of the standards like ISSB that you say that you support that are important to you, the role of country platforms, and for PLN, how that's really supported your engagement and really having ambitious targets, and also in terms of for the geothermal activities, the importance of not just the activity in itself, but also the wider impacts on society and the benefits. And they're all involved in different sectors of energy. And I'm just going to turn to Danny now, who I think should be online, to talk about the solar operations of her company.
Hello everyone, I'm Danny Chen from Kemenkeu Solar, the world's largest solar module producer, and was the first solar company that delivered over 100 gigawatt solar panels worldwide, which means that one of every 10 panels installed across the world is from Kemenkeu Solar, and one of every 10 tons of carbon dioxide emission reduced by the solar renewables is contributed by Kemenkeu Solar. So in addition, we have invested, and in addition to a manufacturer, we have also an IPP company that we have developed and invested over 8 gigawatts solar projects in 16 countries, among which 2 milestone projects. One is 1.17 gigawatt solar power plant in Abu Dhabi in 2016, creating the world's lowest electricity price of 2.42 cents per kilowatt hour. And another is 2 gigawatts in 2020, setting a new record low power price of 1.32 cents per kilowatt hour. Half of the local coal-fired power price or gas-fired power price in Middle East. So the total investment of these two projects is around 2,000 million US dollars. The financing was provided through a form of syndicated loan consisting of 8 banks from Europe and Japan with extreme low interest rate and prolonged period, 20 years. So this example is showing two things. One is there is no shortage of money worldwide. It's just not finding its ways to where it is most needed. Secondly, today, the renewable energy, particularly solar, has become the cheapest, the most economic sensible, and the most cost competitive energy source. So investing in solar is not only a matter of CSR, it's a matter of good business with stable and satisfactory return of investment. So today we are discussing the bottleneck of the international collaboration to mobilize the capitals towards the energy transition. I think actually everyone think that assume that there is a shortage of money. Actually, it's not true. I show you the examples. Only two of our projects that cost us the total investments of $2 billion US, and 80% financing is we get very attractive the financing cost with extreme low interest. So if the availability of money is not problem, the cost and economies of renewable energy is not a problem. So what is the problem? Actually, the problem is how to make it happen. In this situation, I think we need an international effort from both public and private sectors to mobilize the capital, to streamline the process, and to structuring the financing packages, which can contains various mechanisms like the green bonds, grants, concessional loans, securities or insurance, or the direct investor. And I think we also need an international knowledge center for risk sharing instrument, and to increase or help the financing institution to be aware of or increase their capability to recognize what is the good project. And we need the international platform to bridge the good project with good money. Now, what is good project means that with acceptable return of investment and quality PPA, trustworthy off-takers, the sovereign guarantees with countries' credit, like Abu Dhabi, with very high country credit, and also the currency transfer freedom and transparency tools to trace their project performance, etc. Now, what is good money? Good money means that a large amount of or huge amount of capitals and low financing costs, low interest rates, with innovative financing products, and also the prolonged period, 20 years or even longer, to satisfy the renewable energy project requirement. So I think this is from a solar company, a solar manufacturer, and a solar PPA company perspective that clarify some facts in what happens in the renewable energy world now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danny. So I think we're just going to ask a few very quick questions with quick answers to you. I think the first question is, in terms of your activities and in terms of what we've heard from investors in the previous session, so they need to know that your activities are within a larger transition plan, that they need to have confidence that that what they're investing in meets those criteria. What is the sort of really key thing for you in terms of being able to demonstrate that to foreign investors? Can I turn to you first, Ivinika?
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned before that Pertamina has ambitious target to increase the new and renewable mix in our energy production from currently just only 1% to 17%. The two challenges that we face is technology and financial funding. So we need a transfer of technology, and we need to collaborate with other technology provider from other country that has proven technology, and also we need a low cost funding. Since the new and renewable project need capital intensive upfront, but it will trade off over time by the lower cost of OPEX. So there is two challenges that we cannot do it by ourselves, but we need to collaborate, and also from the government side, how we introduce the policy, the regulation that could be increased the ease of financial flow from developed country to developing country like Indonesia.
Okay. And can I turn to you, Ibu Ahmad, on your view on this?
Thank you. Just continuing on that topic, we have an example that currently we just completed a pilot of up to 1 megawatt utilizing those excess heat in Lahindong, just outside Manado in North Sulawesi. So that's a pilot, and we're ready to scale up to 210 megawatts. And it's actually, we have been studying it jointly with PLN Geothermal for the past a year and a half. So that's another form of partnerships that this. But when we look into that, this is a creative method of developing geothermal resources that takes shorter than a conventional one. You know, a conventional geothermal development might take up to 7-8 years, and this could be ready in less than 3 years without drilling wells. And the consequence is that the capex is much more cost effective and will also result in much more cost effective electricity generation costs, which will benefit everyone, right? So I think this is an opportunity that we should seize, and in the spirit of partnership as well from the financial community in supporting such a project, enabling Indonesia to ramp up the renewable electricity with creative and competitive low-cost funding. And in return, we should be able to accelerate as well the decarbonization processes here in Indonesia. And along the way, we will be able to create a multiple of values, including to the local societies, local talents, local supply chains, for example, if we design it together. So that is real work that is ready to be executed through that partnerships.
So it's the speed at which that you can make those changes and reduce emissions that is part of a sort of really clear transition plan.
Yeah, it's real.
Okay. And Ibu Damoan, please. You have the final word, because I'm being told to wrap up.
Yes.
So.
Well, we need to design an environment that is conducive for investment. And the only way to do that is we can come up with the spirit of fairness. What is the spirit of fairness? You know, if somebody have to invest, the first thing is they have to be able to recoup the investment, the cost. If there is any risk, the risk has to be very well managed. And what is fair? Of course, there has to be an upside. If there is no upside, then somebody will make decision to put their money under the mattress instead of investing into PLN. So the rate of return has to be commercially visible. We need to maintain that one. So many the investors is going to come here, and this is a transition of energy. There are some kind of investment, let's say the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. The first thing they ask is this: are you sure you're going to increase the levelized cost of electricity a bit? Yes, it will. Is there any policy that going to give the certainty of that kind of investment? When we increase the levelized cost of electricity, Of course, it's going to be conflicting with the key performance indicator of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. It's going to be additional burden of the Ministry of Finance. We do that. Of course we can. Because the Ministry of Finance is part of this effort. They understand that this is CO2 avoidance in which they compute the cost of CO2 avoidance per ton. And the regulation is on the way, thanks God. Of course, we need to make sure whatever is going to be invested is going to be commercially feasible. I have to admit this is multiple conflicting goals. It's not easy, it's very complex. But we will manage. We're going to move forward. In that regard, there is one way to move forward. Again, through collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's it's the support and the collaboration with the government that can give investors confidence that it is clearly a part of a transition plan for the whole economy. Thank you very much to my esteemed panel for fascinating discussion on your own energy transitions, and thank you very much. I'm going to hand back to my MC.
Thank you very much. Please give big round of applause for Mrs. Serena and all distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to our next agenda, that is the launching of Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism country platform, in which we will witness together the launching of Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism. But prior to that, we would like to inform you that the lunch after this event is provided at the exhibition lounge at the first floor. So you may go there, so go downstairs, don't go on this floor. Go downstairs and you will find the exhibition lounge right after this. And of course, on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you, and it's great pleasure to see you again in person after probably 2 years since the pandemic hit in 2020. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite my colleague, Andrea Lee, to lead the next session. Andrea Lee, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Novri. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let us all join the last session of today's event. I hope everyone's are still excited for our last session. Maybe we can have everyone's round of applause for all of us here. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Andrea Lee, and I'm very happy and honored to be here to host the soft launching of Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism country platform. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, due to time limitation, ladies and gentlemen, because I understand this is the time now for lunch, but I promise we're going to have our lunch after this. I would like to invite our honorable speakers to the stage. Please welcome Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, the Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Good afternoon, sir. And we also like to invite Mr. Ahmed M. Said as the Vice President of Asian Development Bank. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also like to invite Ibu Nawal Nelly as the Deputy of Finance and Risk Management, Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, Indonesia. And last but certainly not least, Bapak Edwin Syahruzad as the President Director of PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur Persero. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform is an action to enable transition finance to support an orderly, just, and affordable transition and scale up sustainable finance markets and improve access for countries and firms, including developing economies in an affordable way. And this agenda is in line with Indonesia's G20 presidency priority issues: sustainable energy transition, digital transformation, and digital health architecture. And this event will include a strong focus on energy transition as part of climate transition. And ladies and gentlemen, to find out more about the details on the Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform, first I would like to ask Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, what are the challenges for the policymakers in developing on doing the transition, and how do you think the platform could respond to this challenge and accelerate the transition in Indonesia?
Thank you. Mr. Ahmed Syed, Vice President of ADB, Ms. Nawal Nelly, Deputy for Finance and Risk Management, Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, Mr. Edwin Sharuzat, the person of today, President Director of PTSMI, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation on behalf of Government of Indonesia to ADB, PTSMI, and all parties involved on this launching of the Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform. This launching is very timely, particularly on the onset of the Indonesia G20 presidency meetings. This is surely an important momentum calling for all member countries and beyond to deliver their climate financing commitments with real and implementable initiatives. The ETM itself is an ambitious plan that enables to upgrade Indonesia's energy infrastructure and accelerates the clean energy transition toward net zero emissions in a just and affordable manner. I would like to repeat that, just and affordable manner. Ladies and gentlemen, back in about half a year ago with VP Syed here back in Glasgow, there was Minister of Sri Mulyani, also Secretary Carlos Dominguez, and President Masasuku Asakawa announced at the COP26 the launch of new partnership to establish an ETM in Indonesia and the Philippines. Since then, we have worked hard together to design an effective and implementation of the ETM with broader domestic stakeholders' participation. We initiated a dedicated task force and agreed on a unified list of coal-fired power plants suitable for early retirement. We also agreed to define a key set of goals and milestones to be achieved by the related stakeholders heading into the G20 Leaders Summit and also COP27 in November. There is still substantial work to be completed moving forward, but today's launching is another significant milestone in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has put highest priority on the energy transition toward cleaner energy. With the transition, we need to make sure that countries will be able to continue growing, which then requires more energy and power. Yet at the same time, we need to reduce the CO2 emission. To address this, we require a combination of the pace of controlling or retiring coal-fired power and simultaneously development of alternative renewable energy. This is the combination that we call ETM, Energy Transition Mechanism, that Indonesia, in cooperation closely with ADB and also among other parties, currently developing. The commissioning of coal-fired power plants is one of the key actions as part of the transition to a low-carbon economy, and the ETM will assist us on this process. ETM itself consists of carbon reduction facility and clean energy facility. And this will use financing scheme established to incentivize early retirement of coal-fired power plants in Indonesia, and also to develop or reinvest in green energy facilities. This approach is expected to be a win-win solution for communities, investors, regional economies, and environment. Both funds, so CRF and CEF, will take advantage of global financial market trends that increasingly require decarbonization projects to be financed with relatively cheap funds. In order for ETM to run effectively, we should undoubtedly equip this program with necessary regulations for developing and enabling environment, including by preparing a presidential regulation on renewable electricity pricing. But to get to the implementation level, the transactions in the mechanism must first be well defined, including the parties to the transactions, the financing instruments involved, the problems to be overcome by the instruments, as well as the expected economic and financial cost and benefit. To this extent, the country platform can accommodate a holistic approach needed for the implementation of the energy transition mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, this country platform will serve as a framework to provide a necessary financing for accelerating the national energy transition by mobilizing both commercial and non-commercial funding sources in sustainable manners. The platform and related transactions will be derived from a broader policy framework regarding just energy transition to achieve targets according to our nationally determined contribution, the net zero emission as well. This platform also welcomes all participants from investors, including the World Bank, Indonesia Investment Authority, Global Blended Finance Alliance, Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANZ, and other multilateral development banks, and first and foremost, clearly our strategic partner ADB since the beginning. This ETM country platform is a model that can be used in other countries. The ETM country platform should be customized and adapted to local context and country needs, specificities, priorities, and legislations to ensure its effectiveness. Due to its voluntary nature, our experience so far has shown the variety implementation approaches that could be used in country platforms. It is important to avoid the risk of increasing the gap of financing for transition that flow towards advanced economies with those which flows towards developing countries. We particularly want that the design of this platform to be affordable, both from the ability to pay from people and industries and expanding access of energy, as well as from the government budget perspective. It must work for local people and economies, and that means ensuring that the electricity remains affordable. The investment flows to the ETM country platform will come from blended financing through PTSMI, including philanthropies, multilateral or bilateral development finance, and climate finance. Some of the sources of financing will include Global Blended Finance Alliance, SDG Indonesia 1, or SIO. SIO will support the platform's CEF through its grants, project preparation, technical assistance, senior loan, subordinated loan, equity, or equity-linked investment, to name a few. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have already taken another significant initial step here. And this is something that we want to put in a credible scenario and to communicate also very clearly, not only to our domestic stakeholders, but also to our global community. The Indonesia's ETM country platform will be one of among several important concrete deliverables in our G20 presidency. Indonesia will continue to strive to become a leading by example country and wish that similar commitment would be made by other development partners and countries in the region and globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Pak Febrio. Thank you so much. And now moving to the view of development banks, I would like to ask Mr. Ahmad Said, if you don't mind, please kindly elaborate on what type of support the ADB could provide to the energy transition platform established by the government of Indonesia in the immediate term, mid-term, and long term.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Pak Febrio. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the leadership of Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of Indonesia, during what is a time of great global challenges. It's because of leaders like her that Indonesia is where it is today. Of course, one of the hallmarks of great leadership is assembling a great team. And I also want to express appreciation on behalf of the entire Asian Development Bank team, Pak Febrio, Ibu Masita, and our other partners across the government of Indonesia. It's a privilege for us to have the opportunity every day to work with you and your colleagues on things that truly matter. One of those things that truly matter is, of course, energy transition. We live in a world awash in trouble. Violent international conflict, food insecurity, pandemic, climate change, and growing inequality, to name just the headliners from a list that could go on. And yet, it's not unfair to say that coal-fired power can reasonably vie for the title of biggest problem on the planet. Coal power represents over 20% of global GHG emissions, more than any other single source. And it is a particular challenge in the Asian region. 90% of the world's young coal-fired power plants are in Asia. And specifically in Indonesia, this will not be easy. 60% of electricity in Indonesia is currently generated by coal. We talk often of public-private partnerships to complex problems and of the importance of blended finance. But between lofty ambition and hard ground reality, there is a need for detailed diligence, for ingenuity in the design of interventions, and to conduct experiments to see what really works. It's for this reason that ADB, together with the government of Indonesia and Philippines, launched a partnership for the energy transition mechanism at COP26. That effort, building off the work of Don Kanak, is based on the conviction that we need voluntary, market-based, and scalable solutions to complex energy transition problems, and that blended finance should be used in a way that maximizes the long-term impact of every concessionary dollar of capital that is used. Since COP26, we've been hard at work with key stakeholders on a feasibility study that carefully assesses the key technical, financial, legal, and importantly, just transition issues that need to be understood in order to design an approach to retirement and repurposing of coal plants and deployment of clean energy technologies that is both high impact and highly practical. Our ambition with ETM, together with the government, is to reduce emissions through changes to the power sector. To do this while enhancing energy access and grid reliability, to ensure that the energy transition enhances and does not hurt prospects for economic growth and opportunity, and to guarantee that no group of people is unduly affected negatively or left behind. Today's announcement by the government of Indonesia, and congratulations on that announcement, represents an important step forward in this journey. We welcome it, and we look forward to the coming months when we will begin to share with the world the work that we have done together with the government of Indonesia, when we begin to share it with key stakeholders, to discuss it in detail. And I think you will all see in that work product the kind of seriousness of purpose, outcome orientation, and detailed diligence that complex problems demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the support, Mr. Said. Thank you very much. And now we would like to hear from the Deputy of Finance and Risk Management Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises Indonesia, Ibu Nawal Nelly. What are the plans of the government of Indonesia to manage from the risk financing perspective on the coal power plant early retirement pipelines?
Thanks so much for the opportunity to sort of like forward our views around this. Thank you, Pak Febrio, for having us, Pak Said, Pak Edwin. This initiative is quite an initiative that we've undertaken like 6-7 months ago, yeah. And in that initiative, we've seen the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of SOE collaborate intensively along with PLN as well in developing a structure and how to sort of like manage and mitigate the risks around financing the energy transition mechanics. Now, when we moved back, we realized and we were cognizant that for this initiative to take place, consistent collaboration among all the stakeholders is necessary. It's actually mandatory. The risk aspects can be significantly reduced with smoother coordination. And if you want me to sort of like articulate the aspect of risk that we had, we can segment it to risk before a project comes into the platform, into Pak Edwin's book, until the execution of the transaction and structuring of the transaction in a way that it is commercially bankable, can be financed by the multilateral agencies, and at the same time, palatable to PLN. Because at the end of the day, PLN is also a stakeholder here, and to that extent, their fiscal balance sheet position is also a fiscal commitment. So genuinely, I appreciate this initiative. I predict that this journey will result in bespoke transaction structures, because not every power plant is the same. So for that, our ask is for Pa Edwin to be excessively creative in financing, in structuring these financing items, and for the lender group as well, to have an open mind about what's the contribution. In here, I think we're not just talking about IRR, we're talking about what's the intangible, what's the externalities that we can do or reduce by refinancing or retiring some of these power plants. And for PLN, to put this as a priority agenda. By the way, PLN has signed into an RUPTL, which is the greenest ever, compared to previous periods. And in the last 2 years, we've accelerated the speed of renewable power generation. So to this extent, my ask is for everybody to not move back from this discussion, but bring forward the issues and let's talk about it upfront and solve it, At the end of the day, once this transaction structure is formed and agreed, there also need to be a risk allocation metrics that's adhered to by all parties signed, including PLN, including SME, including including us, the government, so that we can build momentum of trust in the future if we want to do more of these renewables through this platform. It is bankable because we never breach or we allocated the risk fairly. So from my end, actually, this is a very interesting journey, and it comes at a very important time, because the risk of not doing anything about this is far greater than our risk of failing a transaction. So there is no way back. We have to go forward. That, I guess, from my end. I'm cognizant of the time as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nawalneli. Thank you so much. So it is now time for Pa Edwin to respond about the readiness of PT SMI to manage the energy transition platform. Could you share with us? And what type of support do you think for PT SMI would require to operate and implement the platform effectively? Pa Edwin.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to express a sincere honor to MOF, who has trusted PT SMI in conducting role as a country manager, implementing agency for energy transition mechanism in Indonesia. That's first thing. And secondly, perhaps we have discussed this mechanism with stakeholders, PLN, Anak BUMN, ADB, and we try to develop a solution. Yeah? Try to develop a solution so that we can finance transition energy smoothly. Yeah? And I think it is not a ready or no ready situation for us. Yeah? It is a point of no return for us. And I think the challenge that identifying what we call it the transition energy projects, which falls into a transition taxonomy. That's things that we have to work out very hard. And of course, we need support and collaboration from Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, which will lay down a roadmap towards a transition economy. I think that's our challenge, first thing first. And after that, as our experience in dealing with mobilization of resources, we have experience before in forming an SDG Indonesia One, which is a platform dedicated for an SDG projects. And this time around, I think it's quite the same. But when it comes to transition energy project, it is much more complex. And as Pak Darmo mentioned before, it is far from commercial feasible. So of course, we need to form what we call it, lay down the trenches or asset class, whereby some pieces can be financed commercial and some pieces also is essentially an element of de-risking, whether it is de-risking as part of the public side or de-risking as part of the private finance. So I think that is more technical that we are going to conduct, but we are very, we are very optimistic and we are very enthusiastic. Our team on the ground is very enthusiastic to this challenge given to us. So I think we need, again, some collaboration domestically and internationally so that our transition mechanism or energy transition mechanism can be quite accountable and on one side, and if there is an element of fiscal involved, it also be measurable, yeah, and then again, it is quite credible in the aim to achieve, national determined contribution target as well as to achieve net zero emission target for Indonesia. I think we are very enthusiastic to this assignment. Thank you again, Febrio and Minister of Finance, and we welcome for a future collaboration for the success of this program.
Very well, Pak Edwin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all the speakers. Thank you so much. I think we agree that this climate change is everyone's issue, and we are here to work on it, and we will continue to strive to contribute in providing solutions in this climate change issues. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now we officially launch the Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform. We have a small ceremony to mark the soft launch of Indonesia's country platform on energy transition mechanism. To all the speakers, on your coffee table, you will find a laser pen, yeah, that one. Please take that pen and please kindly stand on the green dot in front of you and please slightly face the LED screen behind you. And I would like to ask you one by one to point the laser to the screen. And on my cue, first, Mr. Ahmed Said, please point your laser to the screen. Three, two, one. All right, and next, Bapak Edwin Syaruzat, Please point your laser to the screen. 3, 2, 1. All right, next, Ibu Nawal Nelly, please point your laser to the screen. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Ibu. And now for the final step. Pak Febrio, please point your laser to the screen. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a big round of applause for the launching today. The Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform. Congratulations on the soft launch of Indonesia's Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you so much. Let's have a photo opportunity first. Yeah, please. Please do. Bapak silakan, Ibu Nika silakan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch, we will end this agenda with a photo session together on the stage. All right. Let's give a big smile to the camera on a count to 3. Oh, wait. Let's wait for the other participant. Okay, I think everyone's are ready. Bapak, silakan. Okay, on the count to 3, thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. Big smile, please. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You may all return to your seat. And the photo session wraps up for the soft launching today. I'm Andrea Lee signing off. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. And now I will give the floor back to Nofri, please.
Thank you very much, Andrea. What a historic moment we had just now. Congratulations to the government of Indonesia for launching the Indonesia Country Platform on Energy Transition Mechanism. Congratulations. Please give a bigger round of applause for all of us right now. Excellencies, panelists, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of our event today. We genuinely hope that you all enjoy the discussions we had today. We wish you all productive and wonderful time for the rest of your stay in Bali. On behalf of the committee of the G20 Indonesia Presidency Finance Track, we would like to convey our most sincere gratitude to all of you. I am Noprianto Hadisohanda. See you again another time. Stay safe, stay well. Good afternoon. Selamat siang. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om.